Good afternoon. Yo, Harry Loft, 19 months support. Can we get some W's in chat for that? Welcome in, guys. Sideways, Alec.
TheDarkLaw
Yeah, so 7. Test Battle, Wyverack. Pagan, Fresh. Yogi Bears. Yeah, sure, fun one, but let's get through this and then ask away, dude. No, Pox. Gotta be careful if you say the keywords more than once. It removes you from the list. Oh. Gotta remember that, guys. You're only allowed to say it twice before it removes you. And maybe I just made it day today, Pox. And you've said it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Ooh. I'll catch you out one day. Sunday, Tuesday. Just remember, guys, if you say the keyword twice, it removes you from it. So you gotta make sure you're very careful. I've helped you out this time, Dennis, there. But where to, says Hannah. That's very true. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael TheDarkLaw, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here at Twitch. Welcome in, Rocket Pants. No, you can actually buy a lot of Scottish footage off, like, video websites and stuff like that. So it's just, you spend like $50 and you get, like, these drone panning videos and stuff. They're really cool. There's a lot of websites that offer it. I do plan to get my own drone to do my own footage, which would like have my own wolves and stuff in it, but Yeah, right now, no. Welcome in, guys, though. Cinelaya, where to? Welcome, everyone. Rufus, Machokai, Flying Wombat. What's the button that you got? Also, Drago says, did you see Noodle got stream snipe buying his new bike? No, I generally don't watch Noodle anymore these days, guys. You know, it's only like in passing and stuff like that. You know, he's either playing DCS or that's it, you know. A drone wolf, yeah. So somebody walked up to him who knew him in real life. Well, I mean, if you advertise where you're going to buy bikes and stuff like that, it kind of happens, right? You know what I mean? Walked in the showroom. Wow. I mean, you know, normally when I'm going to go and buy things, I sort of like phone ahead and say, could I reserve it, please? You know, I'm coming from this way. I have cash in hand. You know. Yeah, they make more than one. Yeah. Yo, thank you very much for that, Björn. Thank you. 7 months. SE has many has made lose interest in SE now. I like DCS well more. Alright, well, why are you watching me then? You know what I mean? I swear to God, guys, like, if I see people like, and again, this is not directed towards you, Flying Wombat, but I'm so bored of people fucking crying about Star Citizen and shit like that. If you don't like Star Citizen, go and play another fucking video game. Don't hang around in channels and be like, oh, I've lost interest in Star Citizen. Then fuck off. Simply that. Fuck off. You know? And again, that's not me directed at you, Flame Wombat. It's just, this is to everyone. It's so boring now. If Noodles playing other things, that's cool, you know? I don't give a shit if other content creators lose interest. It's like, you know, Cutlet doing other things in real life. Burke's doing other things in real life, you know? Let people do other shit, you know? But I generally don't give a shit if people lose interest in Star Citizen. Welcome to the world where things evolve, adapt, move on. People do different things, you know. It's life. You're not meant to religiously play Star Citizen, but for some reason people have that mentality. And again, not directed at you, Flymob, just saying in general. Because every day it's the same shit, you know? Oh, I don't like Star Citizen. It's really bugging me. Then fuck off. Jeez. Exactly. Every game changes, man. You know? Like, movies change, you know? Not everyone likes the new Dune movie and stuff like that. Hey, Denny, welcome in, dude. WoW has changed over the 25 plus years. It's like, what, nearly 30 years, actually, you know? So is EVE Online. Everything changes. I've yet to see Dune 2. I have caught up and watched the first one, which I was a bit like, really? Why is everyone hyping this up? It's fucking boring. I mean, it's visually nice, but I'm hoping Dune 2 is good because the first movie was a fucking snorefest. And this is somebody that's never watched the original Dune movies or really gives a shit, but I was like, I'll give it a try, right? Right, cool. And yeah, and they're meant to be making a third one and stuff. So I'll definitely give it a better choice, but Dune Part 1 is like, fucking hell. It's so boring. So I'm looking forward to seeing like all that stuff, you know. Dune on Monday, Dune 2 on Tuesday. Not seen it yet. I'm waiting till like I can watch it at home, like on Netflix and stuff. You can rent it on Amazon Prime, but it's like 19 quid to fucking rent it for 24 hours. That's more than going to the cinema, you know? So I'll wait until it's on Netflix and I can watch it for free. Because that's what I did with the other Dune movie. I just watched it on like 4K for free, and I'm like, all right, cool. And thank God, because if I had gone to the cinema, obviously I've not been to the cinema in like since 2012 when I watched Man of Steel. I would have probably walked out because it was so boring. Did you see the Microsoft Flight Sim? Yeah, I did. The Orthocopter is really fucking cool. I love that design. Again, the vehicles, the sci-fi stuff is really cool. Just the beginning bar, it's just like, I actually had more interest in the area before they moved to the Arachnis, right? I didn't pick up the land. It was like very Scotland and water and all that shit. I kind of wish there was more of that. You know what I mean? But it was just like, oh, it was a gravesite. All right, we're going to Arachnis. You know. I've never played Fallout as well, so I'll just whatever with it. You know. But anyway, going back to it. If people lose interest in Star Citizen, or there's content creators constantly bickering about it, go and touch grass and play other video games and come back to Star Citizen in like 2 years. Nobody forces you to religiously play it, or follow it, or do these things. I've had people come into my channel recently who have said, I've been away playing other things and watching other people for 2 years. Is it worth coming back to Star Citizen? And the answer is no. Come back when the game is finished. You know? There's a reason why it's early access, all these things. It's going to be shit. And 323 is going to be shit as well. You have to find your own fun in games. And if Star Citizen is not fun for you anymore, don't punish yourselves by watching content creators and getting miserable about it. Go and play other things and watch other people, you know? That's my advice to people, you know? What shit weapons are like scatguns damage or in cannons repeater? But are in cannons or repeater, you said in passing? Shotguns are, well, what ship weapons are like scatter cannon damage, but in cannons? Oh, you're not gonna get scatter cannon damage in cannons, because the idea is you got to land all 8 shots from the shotgun to make it good, you know? Sagan Ross, I appreciate that. I also look at myself in the mirror and say, my god, it's magnificent. No, 323 is going to be a pile of shit, guys. It's going to be an absolute pile of shit. I don't know what you're expecting. They've literally ripped out pretty much half the game, and they have like a few weeks to get it fucking where it's just playable. And yeah, that's it. You got to wait till like the end of the year for any of this to dialed in. If you've never played a Star Citizen patch, the first part of the year is shit, and they get it dialed in by like near the end of the year, and then they bring a patch out that fucks it all. That's how it's been, you know? You have to find your own fun. Don't punish yourselves with it, you know? What do you shave with? You don't? Here's actually a weird thing. Cough, right? So I just use fucking razor, and I use the, I've tried lots of like razors, but this Gillette one, let me get it here. The Gillette series. I can't remember what it's actually called. This one here is hands down. I don't know what this is called. This one here. Yeah, that's the blades. Where's it here? Where is it? Is this just the blades? Oh wait, have they changed the model of it? No. Oh no, it's blade and trimmers here. Razors? Is that where you go? Yeah, this one here. Gillette Labs, this thing here. Out of all the things I've ever tried for shaving my head, this is god tier. If you like to just go for the full fucking Bic style. This thing is insane. I can't recommend this enough. Because it used to like snag and leave like cuts and stuff. But this shit just literally glides right across. And for me, I don't use shaving cream. I use, basically, this is gonna sound really weird. I use, not shampoo. What's the other stuff you call conditioner? So I basically take a small amount of conditioner and just put it on my head, and then just fucking dig deep with this, and it's done, and it fucking shines it up. It's so good. So I'm actually not even using like any cream or anything. I probably should, right? But conditioner is just amazing because I shave like nearly every day or second day, and it just pulls it out. This thing is so good. The only problem is, obviously, it's a little bit expensive to buy the blades. It's also like a gold edition, but yeah, these are like whatever, man, you know? And that's the one I've got. I don't know what this one's like. Mine's just this one. And I've not tried any of their other ranges and stuff like that. I would love to get a switchblade, like a proper fucking blade that you go in Riddick style and do it, but I would also want to go and like do a course on how to do it so I don't just fucking lacerate my head and shit like that. Usually in Gillette, the knives themselves are expensive. Yeah, the blades themselves are a bit of a pain, but I would love to get like a proper safety, like a very expensive safety razor. You know, the ones where you actually put the razor blades in, and God help you if you put it in wrong and you fucking slice your finger in two. But I would love to get one of these and just like have a proper, like, you get like the whole cream on nonsense, the hot wrap, and properly do it. I think for CitizenCon, I'm definitely gonna go and get a proper like barber like where they do like the hot wraps, the fucking lime juice and all that shit, and just get it like really fucking close, you know? I've never had that. I think it would be awesome. Maybe just like get the beard as well, like properly professionally done, because I've never had anyone do the edge line since I've had this for like 2 or 3 years. I've just done it myself, no fucking clue what to do. Just look at some guides and that's it. But yeah, if you're talking about scar gun, we're going back to the one. Scar gun might be good anti-missile gun. No, I doubt you're gonna land a shot before it fucking blaps you, to be fair. Missiles are moving like 1500, 1700 ms, and you're only moving like 300, 400. Yeah, good luck trying to shoot that. Safety razors are the best. You spend a bit more on the, yeah, like the razor itself is like £90, and then you get like a pack of blades for like, you get like 100 blades for 15 quid or something like that. I would love to have a safety razor, but yeah, like for me, I'm just very scared that I'll just fucking dig too deep or something and I'll just take a fucking chunk out of my head. But I've never found any like electric thing that does as good a job as this razor. No one. Look at that. Sneaky pox. There we go. That's the daily done. Or the early. Sorry. No, that's the early, you muppet. Still got the daily. Cannons hit hard, so it basically goes shotguns for close range, cannons for medium range, and repeaters for sort of like longer range. But you can get different versions in each thing. So cannons have a close range version, and they have a long range version. So do repeaters. It's all down to what you can do. Can you land the single shot, or can you land the multiple shot? You know? Repeaters are still as viable as cannons, it's just cannons are used more by like PvPers because it just gets the job done. But if you're doing like NBCs and stuff like that, I would say, you know, just use repeaters. Galdrines on a 600i felt really, really good. Learning master modes will be fun, hopefully. Yeah. Again, people just need to relax about Star Citizen. They play it too religiously. They're so involved in it and they just don't see the fucking the road, you know, the long road. Lucky for me, I had my spice and, you know, I'm blue eyes already. I see the way. I'm looking at Omniski for the Hurricane. Yeah, Omniskis will work, yeah. You just gotta get closer. Saying that, I think CIG fixed the ability to rent weapons now, so I might actually be able to try out Deadbolts and the other one, the long range stuff. Have you tried that yet, Fresh? They're not the Deadbolts, what are they? Light Strikes. Because those things have got ridiculous range. Again, there's no meta build anymore. It is literally what you prefer to use. There is also no meta ship. It is all rock, paper, scissors. The only way to become meta is to literally be able to aim and fly very well. So you're the first person that lands the shot. You're the first person that doesn't run out of they're the FLs, but they exist in size 4 too. Yeah. Alright, nice. Yeah. The meta right now is whoever runs out of Afterburner first loses. Whoever is the first person to shoot gets that extra bonus, right? It's not a DPS race, no. It's not a DPS race if the person you're shooting is already dead. Only way to win is not play at the moment. Nah, Again, I generally don't give a shit about the 1v1 arena commander kind of gameplay. 2v2 is where it's at, and 2v2 is very much down to team play right now. No more decouple flying backwards, you can still decouple fly backwards. CIG are relentless at not fucking getting rid of this shit. As much as Yogi is one of the best people we've had in many years working on this, the dude is also a muppet. And I'm openly just saying it's a muppet. This dude has no idea when it comes to like balancing this game. Because doesn't play it to the extent of where people manipulate things. You know? Yogi. Yogi's really good. Like, he is one of the best people we've had in Star Citizen, but it's still a developer that doesn't understand PvP one bit in this game. And that's a very, very dangerous thing, because the game has been balanced around very inaccurate ways of doing it. And it will just end up where it'll get reverted to a certain way like people want and stuff like that, and it's a pretty much I told you so, but we're gonna have to wait 6-12 months until CIG figure this out, because that's the history of CIG. It's always, this is what is required to make this game great. They don't listen to us, and then eventually it happens, like 12 months later. So to save CIG's time and effort, just listen to people who are not biased, you know? Backstrafing in this game at full speed is one of the worst things to ever allow a player to fly. Having been able to use Afterburner on multiple thrusters is a bad way to play this game. It needs to be where only the forward engine uses Afterburner. And it needs to be when you're in SEM mode, you have the ability to move, right? And the moment you go over SEM, you can't move. There's a lot of good ways to do this, and CIG are relentless. And then precision mode and long-range weapons does not make sense when you slow everyone down. It would only make sense if you speed people up. And CIG are just clueless. They're clueless, guys. And that's not me trying to be fucking disrespectful, is they just don't play the game to the extent of understanding this. They play this to where they can kill NPCs, and that's about as much as they give a shit on. And they don't realize that when somebody does certain things, you can add exploits and cheese and all these things. And it never changes over the years, because again, they are not experienced enough to fucking do this. Bear of Memes, Yogi, fucking Richard, or, you know, all the guys there. They are not experienced enough to balance ships around it, and they always concentrate on the PvE. You can make a PvP ship work against PvE. Very, very easily. And it's not like we're asking for overpowered ships and stuff, it's just making it where people can't cheese. They just don't think out of the box, is that what you mean? Yeah. They only have one path, and this is the path that they've known for all these years, and I hate to tell CIG, it just doesn't work. And I'm not talking about master modes not working, I'm talking about their way of looking at ships does not work. You cannot make a 6 DOF space game that has PvP. You can't do it. Because you either make it full 6 DOF, full physics, where nobody can play the game, or you make it where it's easy to understand. That's just the only way of doing it. So you need to make ships feel like jet fighters in space, that's it, with the ability to go up and down. But you don't make them go backwards like fucking turrets. It's just a bad fucking way of doing it. And the funny thing is, if CIG just made it where you couldn't backstrafe, it would sort the game completely. Because you don't ever need backstrafe in this game. You just don't need it at all. You need a braking system, and that's it. There's no reason to go backwards in this game, ever. Because a simple way is that they can do VTOL like a helicopter where you fucking pitch your nose up and it automatically goes back like that, right? Pitch your nose down, it goes forward. You don't see helicopters going back at fucking full speed while shooting at people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dobchan. Like, again, Yogi is one of the best people we've had in the company working on things, but unfortunately, that's where it goes with, right? Is where it's either Yogi himself, the team, or whoever's above the team literally fucking doesn't understand 60UF video games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the thing with DCS is you've got to remember that every single plane, helicopter in DCS is hard-coded with its own flight model. Caveman, right? So DCS doesn't have a flight model as what we have. It has a flight model embedded to every single plane. That's why it is realistic. Because in real life, you don't have a physics engine that fucking replicates physics. You have physics. But the thing is, we don't want the level of DCS. You just need to make it where you take away any form of exploit cheese in a video game. And it's a reason why in shooters you don't have people running, you don't balance a game where somebody runs backwards shooting like this, right? If you look at any fucking FPS game, how many times do you see somebody running backwards and spraying? They're either going to the side or they're going forward into the fight, getting cover, all these things. But CIG have it flipped the other way around where they're like, oh, we're quite happy if somebody just fucking cruises backwards and shoots. Even in atmosphere. You can go at Mach 1 backwards in a ship that doesn't look like it can do that, you know? You should have just made cylinders with turrets if you wanted that gameplay, and that would have been fine. Pit wiggle, I've really just not seen any wiggle whatsoever. You only get wiggle when you're close range, and to be honest, you don't, or wiggle away from it, yeah. Pit wiggle, yeah, there's nothing to worry about that, right? When people complain about pit wiggle, it's probably somebody doing a corkscrew that just throws off the fucking tracking of the guns, that's it. You know, they see the pip going around and stuff. People need to stop complaining about pit wiggle unless they're like seriously sweating out AC every day. Because the average space dad has no fucking clue anyway how to deal with like people that know how to manipulate the game. So what you think is the same as like when you see creators going, oh, this person is obviously cheating. It's like, no, they're just fucking more intelligent than you. Just let it go. I would know I abused it hard in life. Yeah, because everyone makes a pit wiggle, right? But the general space dad doesn't know how to do it. So it's like, it's irrelevant. Exactly, Ondo, yeah. But the thing is though, CIG just needs to reach out. They have to find the people that are one of the most, like, some of the unbiased, right? So for me, I don't want to ruin people's ships. I always look at it from a logical point of view that ships should be designed around how the ship looks, not by what CIG wants in stats. Is it aerodynamic? Does it have a big engine? Does it have multiple forward thrusters? Stuff like that. Because once you balance flight, you can balance HP, and once you balance that, you can balance weapons. But CIG tried to balance flight, weapons, and all these other things at the same time, and they just are not fucking clued up enough to know this. Balance flight. You should have never changed any of the weapon systems for 323. You should have just fucking slapped in nav mode and that's it. They should have never changed any of the characteristics of ships until it was fully tested by us. The people that will literally manipulate the shit out of the game because a developer doesn't know how to manipulate the game. They know how to design the game and put in some code that they understand, but they don't play it to the extent of manipulation. And that takes weeks and months to fucking figure out. So when they're constantly changing everything, they're making the game a harder place to be than it needs to be. You should have a server, a PTU that you do an experiment, and then a week later you do another experiment. Then a week later you do another experiment. And you get all the people who are fucking into this shit in there testing everything. And then you get them to fill out a fucking survey form and take the average and then make that into the game. It's not difficult. But the way they want Star Citizen to be, or they want Squadron 42 to be, is just, it will work for that sort of situation. But the problem is that you take a PvPer that knows how to play the game and you make it where all their opponents are slow, they're going to butcher you. Absolutely butcher you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because they're giving PvPers you on a plate of being slow and not understanding what to do because you're so used to going fast and getting away that, you know, that kind of chump card. And then they're making it where the PvPers also have more range in the weapons now. It's just, the whole system is beautiful. Master Modes is beautiful. The problem is the tuning is so off, I don't understand it. And it's not particularly down to the ship's movement, it's to the weapons that they're designing. Well, I hate to tell you, big ships are completely useless in Free 23. Completely useless. They serve no point. So until CIG figures out what they're going to do with turrets, you come across a big ship like a Redeemer or a Constellation, it's a fucking free buffet. Because you can kill the turrets like that, instantly. And you can just sit behind, like I can kill a Constellation with another ship in seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it. Every big ship right now is just 100% pointless until they figure out what the hell to do with turrets. Because anyone that understands this game and knows about movement and stuff like that can literally camouflage themselves, get behind a Connie, kill both of its turrets in seconds, rip its engines off, it falls out the sky, it's a useless target. Every big ship is like that. Even fucking Scorpius and stuff like that. Super easy. No. It's just people are now understanding how to play Master Modes, Bart. That's it. That's it. People just are now, like, it only takes them a month or two of playing the game to fucking work out how to defeat everything. And the biggest issue, again, is just backstrafing. If you got behind a Constellation and then you can't keep hovering behind it, like forward, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, you would eventually have to push forward, back into its turret, back into its sights. But whilst you can just fucking go backwards in this game, you can always just fucking manipulate the game. Where the moment you get round somebody, you just sit behind them. So until CIG make it where you can't go backwards, like you can only go backwards 50 ms, and you can't afterburner, the game will never change, no matter what model you put in. Because again, light fighters right now can just do a same sort of corkscrew manipulation and not be hit by the turrets one bit. The tracking of turrets is so shit. And the only time it's good is in atmosphere. But the problem with atmosphere is, if you're in a big ship, you're so easy to single torp now. It's not even funny. Because you're only moving at 100 ms, I can literally predict a torpedo lying on you. And you're dead. One bang. Goodbye. And the thing is, you'll never see an eclipse because it can stealth up to like 2,000 meters away from you. You will never be able to move out of the way of a torp in atmosphere. We tested engineer gameplay with A2 and Gladius. They get 1 or 2 shot. What, the A2 gets 1 or 2 shot, or the Gladius? Yeah, well then, yeah, well. How easy is the turret tracking? Like, is it the same system that we were doing the other day there, Ondo? Or is it a different one? And also, you're versing somebody that knows how to manipulate the turret's aim. No, I'm pretty much done with War. War is really good. Like, they've, over the past 2 weeks, they've massively improved on the War. Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest thing. Like, no offense, Bart, but it sounds like the guys who are in the Gladius were shit. Because you can really dodge fucking turrets. Yeah. Like, I would say whoever's in the A2 versus, like, if you put Ondo and Fresh, you'll never hit them. Not with turrets. Yeah. Again, like, turrets are just in a very bad spot. And the thing with an A2 is, like, with literally a ballistic arrow or something like that, you can just disable all the modules. You don't need to test it with a full crew. You just need to have a rear gunner and you just keep the ship still, and then you just have the Gladius hover around it at the back and see if it can land a shot. You only need 2 people. A rotating A2 is just so easy to kill now. It's not even funny. Because you can't rotate at any speed. And the moment that you're up on the top neck of an A2, there's nothing the A2 can do about it. Because it can't turn fast enough to deal with a Gladius turning. So the moment that the Gladius gets to that point, A2's dead. Especially if you've got shotguns. Pointless this anyway, nobody flies Gladius in PU. Yeah, it's mainly like what Hornets and F8s and stuff. A full A2 crew cannot defeat like free light fighters or free medium fighters. You'll be dead before you ever fucking get one of them down. But the thing is though, the A2 should never be used in space. You know what I mean? It's an atmosphere ship. So the moment that it's in space and somebody gets on the neck, they just need to shoot a fuse and none of you guys can shoot the weapons inside. That's the thing with engineering. Like, the moment they add in engineering, the A2 is fucked against somebody that understands where the fuse boxes are. Because it's so easy to slap those areas. In reality, a fully crewed A2 will face like 5 F8s. If that, to be fair. Again, dude, it's so easy to fucking torp these things at point blank range. They're only moving like 130 ms. You can literally just fucking come in and nose torp it because it ain't moving. For the 360 no scope? That might be interesting, yeah. F8 won't be a meta, Flame Wombat. People need to stop saying that. It's not. If you're a shit F8 pilot, you're gonna get a reality check in 23. Because it can't turn at all, and it can't go 1337 anymore in speed. So if you don't have a wingman protecting you in an F8, you're fucking cannon fodder. Absolute cannon fodder. It's a joke. The moment you get round its guns, you're dead. Yeah, there'll be a mass F8 melting. Same with an Ion as well. Because people are so used to being able to just fucking pull the get out of jail card. And you're not going to be able to do it. There will not be an F8 meta. Muppets will fly around in F8s. Because again, the moment that you're in an F8 fleet and you verse like a couple of Buccaneers, the Buccaneers will kill you. Buccaneers with cannons are just fucking absolutely insane. Yeah, but again, this is where there's like no meta on though. When it comes to fleets, it's rock, paper, scissors. How good are your F8s versus like say 2 Gladius who are gonna be like shotgun build ready or designed to kill you? They come in after the initial push, they get around you, they only see the F8s, 10 seconds later the F8's dead, right? Because people will be like, oh, I'm in an FA, I got 2 size 2 fucking shield tank, and then you're like, oh shit, there's my shield, oh, there's my ship. I couldn't even get into nav mode, you know? So again, there's no meta. Everyone can counter every ship using other ships. There's no one-trick pony, there's no one-trick build. It all depends on fleet, like, setup. So if you have, like, 5 people in Gladius with just repeaters, that's a waste of fucking effort. If you have 5 Gladius, sorry, I just punched the mic. You have, like, 2 repeaters, 2 fucking cannoners, and 1 shotgun build. That allows you to do so many things. Or have, like, a couple of arrows, couple of M50s, you know, there's... Until CIG, like, really clamps down on things, there's... Yeah, it's just tactics and teamwork. It really depends on who is using what. But the thing is, when it comes to big ships, if somebody knows how to get around your like turrets and stuff like that, these big ships die very, very fast. Because the craziest thing, right? In atmosphere, the arrow moves so fast, right? Listen to this, guys. The arrow moves so fast on Daymar that you can nav towards an F8, and before it can even target you, you're behind it with your shields up, shotgunning it to death. That's how insane the arrow is right now in Daymar. It does 900 on the fucking deck. So you come in, and because you can't target it until it's like 3 or 4 kilometers away because of how servers work, it's on your ass, you know? Well, no, that's only for atmosphere, Sons of Suns, and it depends who you're up against. If you're up against the Gladius is going to outturn you if you're in an arrow. I'm talking about literally if you're in a solo F8 and you're chasing after my bounty and say I'm in an arrow with shotguns, I will kill you before you ever fucking fire one shot at me. Because you can't see that thing coming. And I can... The arrow sees the F8 miles away. There's always like a negative and a positive. And it all depends on who you're fighting. If there's 2 F8s, you might struggle. But the thing is though, if you get past the 2 F8's initial blurb, you can kill both F8s. They're not useless in fleet scenarios. You just got to be you got to use it differently, Ondo. That's it. So for example, when everyone goes into the fight, you hold back. And you go in and you look for the people that are like chasing after your wingmen and you blap them to death. And then you fucking bail out and reset. Because I've been flying around the arrow and that thing is fucking god tier for getting in and out in atmosphere right now. But it's shit if you start going into a rate fight.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Can the Hawk do the same thing? The Hawk is just bad. Like, it's just bad. It's one of these ships that CIG just threw into the game for no fucking reason. It's got a lot of damage, but it can't turn for shit. So again, once you get past somebody's initial burst, you die in this game. If you are versing a ship that can outturn you, if you let them get past you, you die. If you don't, and you actually land the shots, they die. Which is awesome. That's the way I love it. Because again, you've got a very balanced video game. The problem is the CIG just have some stupid ranges for some stupid ships just now. And they allow people to backstrafe. So if you took away the ability to backstrafe from this game, and you only left it in where you've got 50 ms going backwards, no afterburner, and you only use it for landing basically, and you use space brake to slow you down for your turns, if CIG did this, for example, it means that the moment that you get behind somebody, you could push forward and get back into a different merge kind of fighting, a bit like what you do in DCS. The moment that you let somebody get behind you, you die, basically. Now, there are ways to do it where if somebody can't backstrafe, what you can do, I'm trying to remember what it's called, but what you do is you lure them in and then you slow down massively and over what's it fucking called? Where's Puppeteer? Or any DCS player. Over something. Overshoot, that's it, thank you. So you basically, as the person's coming in behind and they're about to shoot, you brake and they go past you. Now because they don't have the ability to backstrafe, they have to go in front and now you're behind them. And you can play these games. So all CIG has to do to fix any of this game is make it where every ship can only go backwards at 50 ms. You can go up, down, left, right to do all your maneuvers, but you can't go backwards more than 50 ms. And to slow down fast, you just basically use space brake, which just basically brakes you. It doesn't make you go backwards, you know? But what if the guy brakes as well? Well, that's the skill check. You have to be prepared for that, right? But if you're right close to somebody and they brake, it's the same as doing the Cobra maneuver that you see in Top Gun. It is actually a legit move. And I've done it many times, bar in Atmosphere, where I've Cobra'd somebody. I've got a video where I Cobra Puppeteer and do a backflip on it. Watch this. Because we had an absolute fucking quality game session the other time there, and I managed to catch Puppeteer off. Puppeteer, who I rate better than me. And I managed to catch him with a Cobra backflip. Let me fucking find this here. Do this. So this is the fight in Atmosphere, right? Now, what this is, for anyone that's watching this is no shields, hard atmosphere. This is live, by the way. So no shields, hard atmosphere. No ESP allowed, and you've got to use lag pips. Now watch the gameplay.
Okay.
See what it's like when you don't backstrafe. Look at the gameplay.
Check fire.
See the difference in gameplay? It's actually fucking dogfighting. See how he reverse rolls? And I lose my shot because of it.
Oh, I can feel the hits.
But he's not dead yet, chat. It's just whittling down, but a lot of shots bouncing. See? Now he's caught me. We have to go round. And push through. So we're both now in a fucking turn circle here. We're outrating each other at times. He's not backstrafing, dude. He's not backstrafing. That's just momentum, dude. Again, there's a huge difference in backwards. If I'm pushing forwards and he's going over the top of me, that's not backstrafing, dude. And then we get to the point where the Cobra is, right? And then here we go. This is where I'm about to die, he's about to die. And we lure in for the trap.
The dirt there.
This is the trap card
I
here.
know, it's too low for me.
So here we go, chat. Ready for the Cobra backflip and snipe. Up into the Cobra. Over.
Target destroyed.
Oh, that was perfect, man.
Good fight, dude. So again, I'm losing where I have to bail out and I do a last ditch shot, pulling in a trick move to actually get it. This is what happens if you take away backstrafing and you stop with these stupid guns, by the way, CIG. If you just make it about actually landing the shots, you take away lead pips, you take away fucking ESP, you take away all your aim assist and shit like that, that's what a fight looks like. But the beautiful thing is we have footage of 2 versus 1 and you can survive a lot longer than you can just now. Because people have to fucking work together to get it. It brings in such a good element of gameplay. And yes, this is an atmosphere, but you could just put it into space with higher numbers. Overheating would be great, exactly. But when you're not having to play a mini game of using your power, and you're not worrying about your shields, and you've only got a certain amount of shots, it makes the gameplay so much more fun. And everyone would love this, because again, you don't have any assist, you have lag pips, you don't have to worry about your shields regenning and doing all that bullshit. And as well, when you're in a 2v2, it's all about, like, we did a 2v2, myself, Battlestar versus Duka and stuff. And there were times where Duka and Puppeteer shredded us, and then we shredded them. It was just so, like, at the right timing to do stuff. Yeah, you could do stuff like that as well, Alpha. But the point being is, that shows you dogfighting in Star Citizen without the fucking hard backstrafing gameplay. Just using backstrafe as a break. But you don't hold any more than a break. And you keep pushing the rates around each other. You keep pushing that fucking 1 circle movement. 2 circle if you get lucky enough. So, until CIG figure this one out, I'll keep showcasing stuff like this. Because this makes the game so much fun, even in group fights. Because there's no assist, there's full fucking movement, and you're only doing like 70 to like 200 meters a second. No need to go fast. This is what CIG, all they had to do was put an SEM mode in, to nav mode, and that would have solved most of the game. But they changed SEM nav mode, they changed all the characteristics of the ships, and they fucking changed all the weapons as well for 323. They went too far in changing most things, and they didn't need to. They just had to change you going fast and being able to backstrafe. That's it. It's all CIG had to do. And then obviously buff turrets and stuff like that. And change some big characteristics on ships like the Hercules and stuff, but... yeah, it is Hawk right now. The projectiles are too fast for going slow. And this is a prime example. Look at the numbers here.
It's so hard.
We're at 180, look. 60 ms, 100 ms. Dodging our shots. With mass drivers, by the way. And FY, mass drivers we're using. No shields. Limited ammo. We've only got 2 guns each. 2 sides free each. No turret. No ESP. And you're only allowed ESP when you pull the trigger. Look at it.
You get these weird sounds when they hit.
Yeah, it's really cool, eh? It's like fucking broken balls sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you're having to pull away. Look, he's only 699 meters away from me, and he can't. He's not firing because he'll miss the shot. So this brings in close combat gameplay. And again, only moving at 300 meters a second. No fucking high SCM 500 tuning that people talk about. I'm literally using Afterburn and I'm doing 302. He is 600 meters away and he's not firing because he will miss the shot. See? And using chaff flares, all these things. I love to showcase this form of fighting because it is generally the best in the game. Now not so much because CIG have made these ridiculously long-range weapons. Cinematic as fuck, and you're actually having to dogfight. Well, again, we did this in 2 versus 2, and it was amazing. Let me try and find the footage of 2v2 with Battlestar and Duka as well. It was just so much fun. And for somebody that doesn't really like get into atmosphere, Battlestar was having fun with it. Because it just takes away all the bullshit in gameplay mode. CIG have just overfluffed the game for no reason. See if I can find the 2v2 here.
Look, you guys got a fifth missile he doesn't tell you about.
Let me try and find it.
Just size ones.
Here's actually a
Just nice ones, I think.
here's a prime example, right? Look at this. I'm massively red,
I'm
right?
dead.
And so's Puppeteer. My fuselage is red. We're like literally running on vapor right now. But watch how much longer the fight lasts because of the no assisting.
So many hits, not counting.
Come on, girl. Oh no, he's right behind. Shit.
So still at 300 meters, I'm able to dodge the
Drag it.
shots. Only moving at 330 ms, by the way.
Oh, fuck me.
And he's 500 now, which allows me to gain some room.
Here you rest in front. Come on, die. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this.
Not like this.
No. No.
No. Come on, will you just fucking die, please? Yes! GG's. Oh.
Again, I'm sorry, but there isn't any more fun than trying this stuff. Because this is positional combat, no assist, no worrying about shields, no insta-popping people gameplay, no ridiculous long-range guns, and you could then just bounce it around where turrets have the ability to flak down and stuff like that. It's just really, really good. And Puppeteer was killing me, Duca was killing me, the ground was killing me. It was very much... Oh, at one point, myself and Duca fighted for so long that we were actually tired in real life. And it was just purely down to attrition fighting at that stage.
Takeoff complete.
Well, ejecting is meant to be like scuttling the ship. Because modern day fighters do that when that happens bar anyway. You know? Taking it to the limits here. Oh, here we go. Server issues. I get that, Highway. The atmosphere is meant to be different, but what I'm showcasing is the speed that we're flying, the range that we're able to shoot at with no shields, no gimbal assists, all this stuff, and you're only using lag pips where you're having to concentrate on flying and get the guns on target, right? You do that, and you can put it into space and maybe make it a little bit faster. But if you take away the assist, you take away the stupid gun ranges, and you take away the ability to backstrafe, you have one hell of a fucking game model already. And that was the proof of the videos, that you can have a shit ton of fun, and even in a 2v2, it's down to the player's skill and how long it takes. Do you get attritioned and stuff like that? CIG just go overboard with everything. So they slow everyone down, they make it where you've got so much aim assist now, and they make it where your weapons have ridiculous ranges and damage. That's just a boring game now. And it's very easy for CIG to fix this. Very easy because they have it already in the game. They've just got the numbers are just so out of whack. It's not master modes that's the issue. It's just the numbers of everything. Makes no sense. Right, I have a feeling we're not going to be able to play. Because if we were on a server that is constantly doing shit, it might bug up. We'll see here. Like, if I get another, like, server thing, then I probably won't bother with the PU just now. And again, I've tried to explain this so much to CIG. So much, because you can just make it where, like, for example... And the head tracking is really off today. Or it's just the server. I've explained to CIG that you can make it where repeaters have more assist. Because then you're able to just riddle with rounds and stuff. Yeah, this is really bouncy for some reason. Wait, has CIG fucked the centering in this patch for Toby? Oh, this will be funny if it is. Even before they fuck Toby again. No, it's really fucking slidey. That's really bad. Yeah, something's fucked in this patch for Toby. Let me go and see if it's like that in the fucking AC. Might just be the server. Not whilst you've got people being able to go backwards, Hondo. No, you won't. You'll never have it, dude. Again, you don't get this combat if you can backstrafe fully. If you only have it where backstrafe slows you down, and you have to still going forward, you'll never have what I just showcased you. You'll never have proper rate fights, all these things. Because the moment that somebody can pull backwards and get out of it, you lose that gameplay mode completely. That's why that Logan stuff is so much to do, so much fun to do. Let me quickly try this out, chat. Well, it's always been the issue. It's not the issue now. It's always been the issue. Because again, that footage is 322 live, by the way. It's not master modes. It's 322 live. It just shows you that you had all the good gameplay and you didn't need to change anything. You just had to tune some things. That's it. Oops, I guess. Yeah, it is actually. It's super. It's off a little bit. Yeah, my eyes are moving. Yeah, something's broken in Toby for this patch. With the boost system, you're not meant to be able to use your eyes to actually move the camera, and it is doing it. Yeah, the weapon balancing is so off right now. I just don't understand where CIG are going with it. You take our current flight in 323, you remove the ability to backstrafe, and make it a space break, basically. And then you nerf the fucking gun ranges down, you'll have such a great combat feel. Yeah, backstrafe has always been a big plague. Yeah, head tracking on Toby is fucking scuffed. Unless, I'm gonna quickly do this. Let's fucking do, improve calibration. Let's quickly, like, maybe I'm a bit too far as well. Oh, it's not even seen. Yeah, no, so it's not Star Citizen, it's Toby. Toby is fucked. Where's Toby? It's this one, right? Pretty sure it's that one. Might need to restart the PC. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I take it back. Star Citizen might not be fucked. It might be just Toby wasn't working. Let me just quickly finish this. Now I'll go and test it again. I do like the calibration for this thing. I kind of wish that you had like to play like a target little game or something with your eyes. Like shoot an arrow, like blink it or something. I would love something like that. Right, let's load back up. They'll make it 8 km range. Again, if CIG don't sort out these weapon ranges, the game will be a one-way system. And most people will quit. And again, it's just numbers. That's all it is. Yogi just has to work out the numbers. The whole team needs to work out the numbers. They're so hell driven on stats instead of actually just doing some of the most basic things to sort this game out. And it's super fucking easy. And you know another way how you stop backstrafing? You just disable backstrafe in the IFCS. That's it. You just make it where you basically can space brake. Because when you're landing, you don't need backstrafe at all. You just need to slightly yaw and go left or right, and that will take you backwards. Or pitch your nose up and strafe up and down. Just like a helicopter when it lands. A helicopter doesn't actually have the ability to go backwards. It uses forward thrust to go backwards. No, dead cat, no. Completely ignored it. It's most likely designed that way to fucking give everyone an advantage. That's the way I look at it. You know. Even K Winter has not even replied, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a no-go. Like, manual. Again, when people start getting clapped by fucking mouse users in PvP, just watch how much people cry about it. And I'll be like, well, I gave you a fucking month advance warning on it. You know? Again, it doesn't bother me because it doesn't help you in atmosphere. Alright, let's try this out. Oh yeah, okay, so it was Toby. Yeah. Toby just wasn't configured right. Now I've lost that shakiness. Good to know, good to know. I was very worried that CIG had broken Toby again. Yeah, mouse is very OP in master modes. Very, very OP. If CIG continue this route, mouse will be the only thing you use. It'll be left stick, pedals, and mouse. Because right stick will never be able to compete against what you can do with the mouse right now. And that's fine if CIG want to go with it. That's all good. They'll eventually learn. Yeah. So that's much better. Good. Toby tracking is not broken. I'm not gonna explain Hawk, because if somebody keeps fucking talking about it, eventually everyone will use it, and I would like to maybe get a month out of Star Citizen before everyone starts fucking killing everyone in a split second, you know what I mean? I class it as an exploit because it just gives such a huge advantage. Something that a game controller or a joystick can never achieve. Even head tracking can't achieve it. So, you know. But I sent the evidence in. I had 2 amazing pilots, Ondo and Fresh, do it out. So we've got examples that's sent to CIG if they don't want to listen. Because you can do it with head tracking, but you can't do it as accurate as a mouse. So again, like, it just puts everything to a disadvantage. Mouse is so powerful in aiming in 323 using a certain method that you can never use joysticks against it. You will never be able to do anything against it. And CIG think that they've got a little fucking like their method is fancy, but it's not. And it's not anything new, by the way. It's been in the game for many, many years. Been in the game for many, many years. The difference is because you've got such highly overtuned weapons now, there's nothing you can do against it. You literally give somebody the ability to be evasive and beam you down and you can't dodge it at all. So either CIG nerfs the weapons or they remove this system. Again, it's just CIG keep adding in multiple things that we just don't need. We don't need precision mode. We don't need this shit. We don't need fucking gimbal assist. We don't need assist. We don't need... You know that there's assist, there's fix assist, and now there's gimbal assist on your aiming. It's just fucking bonkers how much they want to make a potato good at this game. But a potato will never be good at this game because if you give the potatoes these tools, you give the pro players the tools as well, which makes it even worse. And CIG just don't realize this. Every time you make it easier for a pleb to play, the pro gets it easier to play. So you just keep going backwards because of it. Crazy stuff. Yeah, he's not listening, Tosin. He's ignoring my DMs. So, again, like, whatever, man. You know? Keep giving the pro players more tools to kill the fucking... It's like calling the weak. You know what I mean? And in any game that does this, eventually the people who get frustrated with it are leaving the game. The people who are using it and are good at it will just shit on everyone. But keep going, CIG. Keep going with your numbers, your fucking stats. It's not good. It's not good when you allow people to have these advantages. Dude, you don't need data. You don't need fucking data. The moment that everyone works out this shit, you don't need data. Every mouse user who is a pro player will use it because it gives you such an advantage over joystick, it's not even funny. So he can wait for the data all he wants or fucking just get rid of it. Because it's not required in this game at all. You've got this shitty mode that gives people gimbal assist. Just get rid of manual aiming. It's really frustrating. It really is that they keep adding in so much bullshit. All this aim assist, all this fucking fixed assist, gimbal assist, turret assist, flight assist, landing assist, fucking every assist. You don't need this shit. Just let somebody spend 10 more minutes of the game playing the game, and if they can't figure out how to fucking fly, they shouldn't be playing this game. Stop catering for those people. Because you know what the worst thing is? You'll get a game controller that will have a game controller aim assist, and that's it. I'll be lying on the back of my bed like this going, oh yeah, fresh, get fucked. Virgil, get fucked. Aim assist, bitch. Aim assist, aim assist. You know? It's boring. It really is. CIG are making this an FPS shooter, and they don't realize it. It's not even a dogfighting game anymore. It's literally FPS shooting. In spaceships. It's so dull. And it's just the tuning. It's not master modes. It's not the SCM switch and stuff. It's just they have given you so much aim assist and fucking weapon assist and all these things. It doesn't need to be in the game. Oh, it's not a space game anymore. It's an FPS shooter. If people think I'm like overreacting and out of my mind, I'm not. It is literally an FPS shooter. Look. Watch. Let me fucking show you this video. Downloads, gimbal here. Alright. Here, chat. Look at this. Watch this. Is it here? It's like here, right? No, it's still in the island. Right, here we go. Watch this. But look at that flying. Fresh doesn't even need to bother anymore now, chat. Look. See? If anybody doesn't think that's an FPS shooter, I don't know what the fuck is. Yeah, oh, yeah. This is why I don't talk about this much. It's manual aiming with mouse, but manual aiming always also moves your ship as well, Bart. No, he doesn't need to point. He's got... CIG gave you gimbal in every weapon, dude. Why would you ever need to fucking have fixed? This is the most powerful weapon in the game right now. Because you can aim with gimbal with this and fly your ship at the same time. But CIG won't have the stats. Yogi wants to waste time on this. I'm sorry. This is fucking Clown Simulator when you've got this shit. Again, look. Look how many times Fresh has to push past Ondo. No, just blap. And then blap. 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 Ondo's trying to dodge it. Nah, can't dodge it, Ondo. Tries to get around. Blap, blap. Just back strafe. There you go. Forward strafe. Around the thing. Dead. You know? No, Cheese is not king, dude. It's not Fresh that's to blame here. And it's not Ondo to blame here. You're literally giving Mouse the ability to shoot you with cannons at ridiculous range. You still would have lost, Ondo. Alright? You still have lost it. He can shoot you without even ever being with his nose on your nose, basically. Yeah, manual gimbal needs to go away. It should only be on turrets, chat. Only on turrets. No pilot should ever have this. And it's a fucking fool's joke that CIG think this is good. And they didn't even realize that this was going to be powerful. It's not about the rate of fire, as I've tried to explain to CIG, because he's using fucking cannons. There is no rate of fire when you just press the button when you want to land a shot. It's so broken. And again, I am not blaming Fresh one bit because I asked him to showcase this. This is one of the best, and obviously I'm very biased towards my love for Fresh, but Fresh is literally one of the best mouse user PvPers in this game. And he is somebody that will dogfight you, move around you, do certain things. But watch his lazy behavior. I'm going to call it lazy Fresh because you didn't need to do anything. He just needs to strafe and aim. That's it. He doesn't even need to fight for position. He just fights to fucking make you slow and then beam you down. See? Yeah, he doesn't need to though, Ondo. So imagine if CIG give you more backstrafing capability and when everyone starts doing this. So if CIG moves over to the fucking Avenger 1 tuning that's in the Engineer right now, where you can do 470 backstrafe and 500 forward, good luck ever beating somebody with manual aim and cannons. Because they'll backstrafe you and just fucking pop you with a mouse. Well done, CIG. Good job. Again, they've taken everything from live, trying to change this whole system, and they're doing too many things, and they're letting too many loopholes into the game. So you've gone from cheese combat in live to cheese combat in free 23 master modes. Because they are blindsided to how this game works. They can design the game perfectly, but their whole idea mentality is off the charts right now. And it's just numbers. It's just numbers and working out that you should never have a fucking mouse being more powerful than a joystick. Nor should a joystick ever be more powerful thing. And you know how you get rid of this? You take away aim assist, you take away all the gimbal shit, you take away all the fucking lead lag pip and just make one fucking system. You take away backstrafing and you just make it where then it's down to pure 100% skill. And if you're better than a mouse or better than a joystick, that's a different thing. But you never give one side an advantage. You just take away all the assists out the fucking game. And if you want to make assists, you slap them to turrets because they're so shit. CIG needs data. Dude, you can give them data till you're blue in the fucking face. They don't listen. And we'll be 12 months from now fucking probably fixing all this shit. Because, again, they want to make it where literally the fucking nose browner Legatus player can play this fucking game. And all they have to do is just change some numbers. That's it. It's just a numbers game. It's not change the IFCS. It's not change how the weapons sound and look and feel. It's just literally dialing in numbers that make more sense to a video game. And stop giving people such an advantage. That's all CIG has to do. It's a simple fucking fix. Take away assist from this game. Make it where you can't backstrafe at all. Just disable it in the IFCS. And make it where only using space break slows you down. Because again, when you're landing, all you have to do is raise your nose and strafe up to go backwards. And if you want to fucking land, you can then do it this way. Like helicopters. You don't need to go fucking backwards in this video game at all. There's no reason. Only because people need to be a fucking turret in space. Oh no, my fucking Newton. Yeah. Fuck off. Take away all this shit and you've got one hell of a video game. You don't even need to make people doing 500 MS or 1000 MS. You just need to make it where the weapons can't hit more than 300-400 meters on fighters and turrets have an advantage where they hit 1000. Make it where fighters can move in and out of fights at speed, which is like only 300, and because the guns can't track, because there's no fucking assist, they can dodge shots like what I was showcasing with me and Puppeteer. You can dodge the shots. Actually doing fucking dogfighting. And it's fun and engaging, and if people don't like it, be a gunner then. Because then CIG can apply the assist, the maximum range to shit, precision mode, all these fucking things, gimbal assist, just take it off the pilot's hand. And also when a fighter gets behind a big ship, they can't hover behind you because they've got to keep going forward. So if you keep moving forward, they have to keep moving forward. When you slow down, they either have to adjust their speed or they'll overshoot and you then get to kill them because they overshoot. A skill check at that point. It's so easy to fucking make this game work. And it's just literally taking what we know about aviation and put it into a 6DOF video game. And all you do is disable one of the DOFs. That's it. And just make it where it's a break. You can't go backwards, but you can use backstrafe to slow down. So you still technically have 6DOF, because you can still go forward and spin around and you're going backwards, aka 6DOF, but eventually you have to go forward again. Because you can't keep going backwards. Again, but all you do is just upstrafe, Pox. You raise your nose and upstrafe and you go backwards. You don't need to actually press a reverse for it, dude. Like a helicopter, you upstrafe. Well, dude, then the fucking laser moves. You make it on a better gimbal. You make it a two-man job. Right? You make it where a fucking mining laser has auto gimbal where you can target the rock and it fucking does this whilst you're going backwards. You know what I mean? It's not difficult to fucking change that shit. Instead of a stationary beam where you have to fucking move the ship, why not make it where when you go backwards by upstrafing and pointing your nose up, the fucking thing does this? Because you can actually target the rock like a normal fucking video game. Again, it's so simple. I literally just came up with a method on the fucking fly. Because again, I don't do mining. Again, CIG's foresight into this fucking game is pointless and shit. Because they don't think about anything until the problem arises. You've literally got the gimbal system on a Vulture. They added it to the Vulture, but you telling me you can't add it to the Prospector? That seems a little bit fucking short-sighted, right? You have the ability to fly and use gimbal with the Vulture. Why can't you do it with the Prospector? It's just laziness. It's fucking laziness at this point. Overtuning everything for no reason. I just want the Ranger. And that's what pisses me off the most. That's why I get frustrated, because it literally is just a few numbers to change. You don't need to bring in a new IFCS. You don't need to change out mechanics. You just need to fucking dial these numbers back. Just dial them back. If you've got weapons that have 1,000, make it where they can only hit 200. If you've got people missing with gunners, make it where a gunner has a gunner weapon that does 1,500 range. It's not difficult. Just make it where there's a turret weapon and a fucking pilot weapon. You can literally copy and paste. You call it a Panther for a pilot and you call it a fucking Spanker for a turret. It's the same gun, same animations, just one is short range and it can only be on the pilot, and one fits to a turret and it's long range. It blows my mind how fucking stupid they are at times. Size-free Spanker that fits on a size-free mount for a turret. It's the same gun, same animations, just one is long range that fits on a turret, and one is a Panther that fits on a pilot weapon. Like in any other fucking video game that we've had for 30 years. But the thing is, you don't even need to do turret modifiers. You can copy a fucking weapon. If you have a size-free Panther, you call it a Panther. It only fits to a pilot slot. You then copy it, same stats, and call it the Spanker, and just give it more fucking range. And it can only fit on a turret. And you do that with all your weapons, and that's it. Done deal. And then when you change one's fucking range, you change the other's range, but you don't apply different damage. They do the same velocity, just one has more range. It's mind-blowing that they haven't even done this shit. It's simple. It's just simple game building. One weapon for the pilot, one weapon for the gunner. No bonuses on the ships. It's just what you fit on the ship. That's it. CIG are like, how do we balance stealth? It's so fucking easy. Just make a stealth shield. Take all the stats off a fucking stealth ship and make it where a stealth shield can only fit to certain ships. You want to be stealth? You turn it off, it gives you an advantage to radar. You turn it back on to be tanky, you lose that advantage. Oh shit! That was difficult to fucking build. And again, you just make it where certain ships can't fit it. Done deal. You just lock down ships. All the alien weapons are locked to the alien races. You want Vandal weapons? You go Vandal ships. You want fucking Xion weapons? You go Xion ships. You want Banu weapons? You go Banu ships. And you don't let everyone pick a mix like they're in a fucking kid's sweet shop. And then you treat them like kids and they behave like fucking kids. Get the fucking paddle out and start spanking the shit out of them, CIG. Until they get into a fucking habit of just understanding that they can't always go to the sweet shop. Sometimes it's best to have things on a daily and weekly occasion. Not every single second of the day. Hey, Sal. But if CIG keep catering for everyone, you're gonna get an everyone fucking shit show. And it doesn't need to be this way. Very, very simple. And nobody will be upset about it because everyone will be on equal pages then. It's not somebody coming in with a super fucking high-tech mouse, 20 buttons out of their mind, and they shit you down, or a fucking joystick that costs you like 300-400 fucking euros or whatever. It's down to what you prefer, and you just have to learn it. Nobody goes, oh yeah, joystick is the best way to play it. No, it's how you want to be. You want to use a controller? Use a controller. Right now, controller is the most disadvantaged fucking playstyle, and there's a lot of people that depend on controllers because they maybe only have one hand. And they have to hold the controller like this because they can't do everything like that. And the people that use other things as well. But if you take away all the assists out of the game, it means that the person with one hand has a chance against somebody with a joystick. Joystick has an advantage, or not advantage, I should say, has the ability to compete with mouse. Mouse has the ability to compete with the other two. Because it's just down to who uses a mouse better, who uses a joystick better, who uses a one-handed gamepad. That takes away all the cheese. You just make a fair game, and you don't need to go through rocket science loopholes and shit like that. Rebuilding the wheel. Just make a basic video game that everyone loves. And if you don't like it because you can't play it, play another fucking game. CIG already has your money. Stop treating people like kids. Yeah, exactly, because that dude had fucking skill, Ondo, right? When the drawing pad gamers arrive, we doom. Oh, yeah. What's that game? It's it's not Osop. It's what's the one where you? I know what you're meaning. Red Scarlet. It's like they do that shit, right? Oh yeah, we're fucked. If we've got manual gimbal, yeah, that's it. OSU. We're fucked by pencil meta players. If CIG release this shit, absolutely fucked. They will be playing their cheesy fucking. This is the kind of music, right? High speed. Where's it here? My son used to play the shit out of that game. It's fucking crazy, man. Actually, I don't have. Yeah, wait. You need like. This is it. Let's do. So it'd be like. This is what you'll be hearing as they kill you, right? So they're like that. They've got their gamepad, right? Oh, there's Virgil. He's dead. Fresh as ice. Dead. That's the fucking state of the game. They'll be dripping with sweat, little wristbands on, doing this shit. Your flying simulator will become pen simulator. You think I'm joking? You give people, like, if you give mouse an overpowered buff, the pen meta will come out. Because those motherfuckers that play OSU outskill you in hand movement. They can jerk off 20 people in a second. They're rapid fucking movement. And this is the shit they listen to. Dead. Avenger 1, dead. Sean Tracy, dead. Chris Roberts, dead. Fucking doing this. They're literally sitting back like that. Ah, yeah, you're fucking dead. Dead. You know? You'll never beat OSU. That's it. Start getting your fucking Disney pens out, chat. We're gonna need it. I can't listen to that much more. To be like, again, as much as I'm memeing, some of those people that do OSU are insane. Absolutely insane. How much they can memorize and how fast they can move that pen and shit like that. It's not even funny. Some of those people are just insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, imagine right, look at this way, Bart, right? Have you ever seen the lady that completed Elden Ring on a dance pad, right? Or she completed 2 Elden Rings, one controller in one hand, one controller in another hand. 2 sessions of fucking Elden Ring at the same time she completed it. 2 different games, 2 different controllers. She comes in, she will kick your ass in PvP whilst drawing fucking Pluto on Mickey Mouse Etch-a-Sketch. Do we want Star Citizen to be that? You know? Can you imagine the rant Avenger 1 will, like, on his videos? He'll go absolutely bonkers when somebody's etch-a-sketching his outline whilst killing him in PvP. Mouse pen meta and fucking mouse pen meta here. It'll be bonkers. I can't take another river video. Hey, CIG are going that route. But don't worry. CIG need the stats. Who needs video tutorials? Yeah, I'll just go and play OSU for the next 6 months. I'll come back to Star Citizen 1.0 Tosin and nobody will win. You know? You don't need to have 1,000 keybinds. You just need to have a fucking... your hand on a joystick and a fucking pen to kill people, Father Game. I have a joystick that can bind 64 to 84 fucking binds. I'll just hold one joystick and a pen. That's it. I'll OSU the shit out of you. I'll just strafe left and right and just fucking OSU pen you. Because CIG have given mouse users manual gimbal that allows you to fly with all the assists and fucking cannons out of their mind. You don't even need to fly properly. You just pen people down. So wait, how does Fresh aim with the mouse whilst pitching? So uses pitch and yaw on the mouse and pedals will do the roll. And he just makes it where when he moves the mouse, that moves the crosshair. But when he goes to manual gimbal, he doesn't need to bother because the ship is auto-flying with all the assist and he's got so much gimbal assist and fix assist and pen assist, you know? All he has to do is just literally get a fucking straw joystick here to move his ship and he'll be just like fucking drinking his milkshake whilst downing everyone. Yeah, he doesn't even need to go to the bathroom now. That's it. All he does is, again, he'll just throw the mouse on a mouse mat and it'll fucking start auto-aiming for him. You just have it where it constantly does a macro where it fires the trigger and you throw the mouse on your desk and walk away. Going for a hike for an hour. It kills everyone. Because it's got assisted out of its mind, you know? The thing is, you can never be as precise with your eyes as you can with this. You can already do manual gimbal with your eyes. But you can't ever have it as accurate as what a mouse or a pen can do, dude. No way. Your eyes are not that good. Again, that's the limitation of human eyes. You've got the motors to do things, but your brain does a lot of stuff where when your eyes are looking in a certain area, it uses your brain to map it out. It's not that you've got high precision with your eyes. Your brain does everything. So you can basically move it around, but you'll never be able to precisely keep it on target. Bart, thank you very much for the 13 months, dude. Appreciate that. Your eyes do not have the same motors as this motherfucker has. This thing has got God knows how many fucking... what's it called? It's not... what do they call it with the lasers now that are in these motherfuckers? DPI. That's it. Your eyes do not have the DPI of these mice. Not one bit. The precision in that movement is insane. And again, you just need to basically just do this. Whilst with your eyes, you're having to fucking really hurt the motors. So you'll be able to do it with mouse, do it with your eyes, but you will never have the level of mouse. So again, I just take my left joystick, I take my mouse, and I do this to kill you. That's it. Right? So look. I don't even need a mouse pad to kill you. Just fucking do this. Heart to heart gameplay. You know? Yeah? Okay, with his nipples, exactly, yeah. Left joystick, pedals, and nipples. That's all you need now. CIG have seen it this way. Yeah, exactly. Yum, yum. But the great thing is, right? I'll lie back. I'll get racing pedals instead of flight pedals. I'm just gonna lie on my bed with a joystick, like that. So I'll lie on the bed with a joystick, mouse on the chest. Yeah, get fucked. You're dead. You're dead. Oh yeah, that was good. Yo, Thornberg, how you doing, dude? Welcome in. Again, we've got 3 or 4 weeks, chat, to get CIG on page. CIG need to disable manual aim for gunners. Pilots, sorry. It has to be done. You can use precision mode, or you can use fixed. That's it. The same for Toby. Make it where Toby can't do the fucking aiming either. Hey, Azra, how you doing? Welcome in. Or is it Az0? Oh, don't worry, Tosin. It's not the weirdest thing that people have seen me do, to be fair. There was one time I was so drunk on Astropub's podcast that I was doing kung fu in white socks. So yeah, it's not the worst. Well, again, that disabling backstrafe is one of the things to victory. But taking away manual aiming has to go. Or it has to be massively where it nerfs the weapons, and I just don't see it ever happening. And I will lose my fucking mind if CIG allow this in, because I can already see what's going to happen. And again, everything that CIG built, I want to make this very clear. Everything that CIG's built for 323 is amazing. Master modes is amazing. The weapons, stuff like that. The things I'm ranting about just needs a number dial in. That's all it is. We don't need to go backwards, we push forward, but it just has to be numbers that are going to make this game fun for many years. Not just something where CIG are constantly having to reinvent these numbers. That's it. That's all CIG has to get on page with. And this game will be amazing. Because already the flight and atmosphere, what Yogi and the team have done for atmosphere is just, it's breathtaking. But their weapon, they make, this is what really pisses me off with the team at CIG. They make the atmosphere so damn good without even control surfaces, but then they give everyone these overtuned weapons at the same time, and I'm like, why? Why? It's so good. Like, atmosphere flying is so good in 323. But there's no point to it when somebody can slap you from 3K away. Yeah, so CIG has fixed assist for when you're a pilot. The pilot does not need manual aiming at all. It should be where you have your fixed assist and your aim assist. That's fine. Maybe tone down the aim assist a little bit. And then when you go into precision mode, that's where you get the gimbal assist, right? And then what you do is then you make it where turrets have manual gimbal, precision gimbal, auto gimbal, so it gives the gunner a choice of tools. And you give them all the juice, basically. You can't make pilots be fucking FPSers. You just can't. I'm sorry. You can disable backstrafe in space, Hondo. That's a load of shit, dude. Yes, you can. You don't need backstrafing in space. You don't need it, dude. You do realize that when a fucking pod docks with the space station, it doesn't use backstrafe, by the way, guys. So when they're traveling at, how fast does the IS move at? And when they're docking with it, they're only using forward, left, right, up, and down. They're not using backwards, because that would slow them down. But this helps with PvE as well, though, Captain Gilgore. Again, you've got to make it where it's fun in the turrets, and it's more of a challenge to be a pilot. But if you make it where people are just FPSing in PvE, then the PvE will become boring as well. Then stop pre-turning, Ondo, right? Then stop pre-turning. Stop doing a one-trick pony, because that's what it sounds like, dude. A one-trick pony that needs backstrafe just to do one move. Learn some other moves then. There's no reason to backstrafe at all in space. You can use momentum to go backwards. There's never a reason for you to go backwards in space. But that's what we're saying. If you didn't, like, again, you remove backstrafe, then you can add momentum back to the game like what we have in 322. If you took everything in 322, Ondo, and you just made it where you could only slow down in the backstrafe, the game would be amazing. There is just simply no reason to use backstrafe. All you need is a break. And then learn to basically use momentum how it's designed. You want to go backwards, lift your nose and up strafe. You want to go down, bend your nose and down strafe. You know? Or forward, I should say. There's so many ways you can angle your ship to go backwards without actually having back thrust. Oh, I don't see why you need backstrafe at all, Mojo. You just need a break. You want to land a ship, raise the nose and up strafe to go backwards. You want to go forwards, dip the nose down and fucking up strafe. It'll take you forwards, just like a helicopter. An Osprey, a helicopter. So an Osprey, which is a propeller carrier ship. Carrier plane, sorry, that can basically have its hover mode like that and stuff like that. It doesn't have a backstrafe, you know what I mean? And it's the same with most shuttles in space. They don't backstrafe. Their main thruster fucking does that. Yeah, retro thrusters to slow you down. They don't make you go backwards though. There's no reason to go backwards in space, guys. Just there's none. NASA don't use it. They use it to slow you down. Again, when you've got somebody approaching the fucking space station, they don't go backwards whilst the fucking station's going forwards. They come alongside it and start pulsing in, up, down, left, right. They don't go, oh, let me slow down quickly to go backwards. Because they would miss the mark massively. But you don't need to pre-turn. Why don't you just merge and go into a rate fight, Ondo? Why do you need to fucking go backwards Dominic Toretto style into combat? If you had the ability to go forward, get round somebody and fucking merge in, you don't need to fucking Tokyo Drift. Yeah, but if you take it away, then you're fucked, Ondo. You're fucked. You're just fucked because you won't learn a different way. You want to have backstrafe so you can pre-turn people. Take it away, now you're going to have to learn a different thing, like everyone else. See what I'm getting at? It takes away all the shit that people keep wanting in this game. That keeps causing fucking issues because you won't learn something new. A one-trick pony. Pre-turning is not merging. You don't need to go backwards into a merge. Yes, but that's what we're trying to get rid of, Ondo, because 6DOF on fake 6DOF doesn't work in a video game. You either go full 6DOF and make everyone a fucking turret, or you get rid of this idea of World War combat, which is what CIG are focused on right now. You get rid of 6DOF, and fuck it. It doesn't need to be part of a space video game. Yeah, but if you can't keep accelerating that drift, Tosin, then somebody catches you up. You know what I mean? You take away the ability to actually keep that power going. Yes, you'll drift, but you won't be able to continue moving it around. You have to choose to either go left or right, forward, up and down. You can't just keep pulling it if you feel like it. So the moment that somebody does a merge into the right behind you, you can't just back out of it because you feel like it. Again, there is simply no reason to have backstrafe in this game. None. Not for landing, not for flying. Again, all you have to do is ask a NASA fucking astronaut. Do they need to backstrafe to merge to the fucking station? No. It's just literally fucking making sure that you slow down as you approach. That's all you have to do, is learn to slow down in your approach to get the best turning ability. Free 10 flight model worked pretty good. Just lacking G-forces and retrothrust and jerk to prevent pip wiggle. It's so long ago now that I just can't remember free 10. You know what I mean, Captain Kilgore, that's like fucking, what, 3-4 years now? You don't have to keep pulling it. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. You don't need to keep backstrafing. Again, you either make the game full 60 OF Ondo, where everyone moves in every direction at the same speed, or you make it a World War video game. Now, we used to have that in 2.6, where every time you moved around, you had it. CIG have constantly been changing it to what I'm talking about. So just remove backstrafe then. And be done with it. Because you don't need it in a video game that's designed around World War gameplay. And I say World War because if we were to say modern day, it would all be about missile fucking beyond visual range gameplay. Anyway, stealth and fucking missiles. That's it. So if you want to make a dogfighting game, you've got to make it World War designed. Hey, Nero. So you can't deplete energy. You use energy as an advantage, but you can't go backwards with energy. We should limit, so saying backtrace, I agree, but you can't limit it as much as not there. Well, again, what do you need then to turn you around and go backwards? Or again, if you have momentum back in the game, Ondo, why do you need backstrafe? You would use your yaws to turn you around as you're moving forward, and then when you slip around with left and momentum, you would then push forward, right? So why do you need backwards at that point? People even without literally S key will still find a way to drift away. But again, how can you keep drifting though, Tosin, if you don't have backstrafe? Because if you're talking about somebody drifting around you left and right, then you have to punish left and right, and nobody's going to want that. Or there's another way, is you make it where boost doesn't work on anything apart from forward. You take away, you nerf backstrafe where it can only do like a quarter of what it is to go forward, and you make it where only forward goes fucking with boost. There you go. Then people don't have the ability to maintain a drift. Yeah, you don't need to move back. Again, you go into engineering, right? Look at this. This is what I have a massive issue with right now. Engineering free flight. This is what CIG are testing right now. Tosin, right? Look at this. So if nobody's seen this, this is what I'm very worried about the future of Star Citizen. Because when you are in SEM, right? All power to thing will disable all the shit, right? You're able to do 370 forward or 320 forward And then when we backstrafe, for example, and again, I'm just going to use normal backstrafe. Right? The same. So when I'm backstrafing and I'm doing left and right, and when you're going forward the same left and right, how do you get around me? How do you get around me if I just keep going backwards and shooting you with fucking gimbal manual mouse aim? So when I go backwards with Afterburner, I'm gonna do 390, and when you go forward, you're gonna do 500. So as I'm going backwards, you can't get around me because I'm still doing over 100 ms slower than you. But you're going to use everything. So when I turn, you've got to use more to get around me. You know? Dude, you ain't getting past anyone backstrafing fucking doing this, dude. You'll never get past them with manual aim, Ondo. Because when you push forward, they just push backwards in this direction. But that's what I'm getting at, Ondo. There's no way to counter this. If you make backstrafe go this fast using boost, you can't get around it. So backstrafe to beat a backstrafe. Right, so there's no combat whatsoever. You backstrafe meta, right, so this is how Onda flies, by the way. He's looking over at the lady. You know? He's like, alright, coming into land. Coming into land, guys. You know? No, just make it where you can't use boost in backstrafe. That's it, Hawk. Just take away boost, and the only thing that gets to boost is forward thrust. That's it. Take away any boost in any turns and stuff like that. That's it. This is all you've got to fly around each other. And then you balance the weapons around that movement. And you only use forward to push forward. That's it. The moment that you're going backwards, you've got to just use SEM. Yeah, but if you didn't have boost, Captain Kilgore, you're not going to be able to keep those speeds up with how Master Modes works, dude. When you boost, you naturally slow down, right? Well, maybe not in this mode, actually. But I will do it with fucking coupled, right? You normally slow down. Oh yeah, I would agree on that as well, Captain Kilgore. It's not just nerf backstrafing, it's also adjusting side strafes and everything. But you start by taking away the boost in anything apart from forward and then balance it around that. Because we don't want CIG to just keep changing numbers when we don't need to. You test one thing, move on to the next test. Test one thing of that and then move on to the next test. Not change a gazillion fucking things. Just run a PTU that has a test every week and you get feedback on it. Just like they would do with Evil Catty. Start by disabling the boost apart from forward. Let's see what that feels like. If people are happy with that, then let's change some numbers then. Yeah, but you can just make retro thrusters that don't go backwards. You've got a space brake for fucking sake. Do you know what the space brake does, Captain Kilgore? When you apply the space brake, you can't strafe in any direction. You can only slow down and pitch, yaw, and roll. You can't use any other strafes. So you just make it where whilst you're backstrafing, it just applies the space brake. There we go. Again, you do not need to actually go backwards in this game. I want to land. Here we go. I'll just go like that. Sideways, we're using momentum then. Forward, forward. You get into a hover, and say you want to go backwards, you just start doing this. You know? I don't give a shit if you disagree, Edison. Dude, I'm trying to find a way where this game doesn't have cheese in it. So I don't give a fuck what people disagree with. You don't need to be able to go backwards. Don't talk shit. There is no reason to be able to go backwards in this game needed. We're not fucking parallel parking in a spaceport. Well, then obviously space break would need to be a change then, Captain Google. I now want to be able to back, just to be able to go backwards, piss off TDL. Again, there's no need to go backwards in this game. Yeah, that's fine with me then, Nero. If you made it 50, just for fucking parking then. But there's no reason for somebody to do this. Right? No reason, chat. Not even in atmosphere, not even in space. There's no reason for you to do this. At all. Especially in combat. Now, if you just make it where, like, for example, when we do the landing gear, right? So let's put the fucking parallel parking mode back on, right? So when landing gear goes down, you just make it where backstrafe does this. So you can only do 30 backwards to land. Removing backstrafe will only cause... Jousting is a valid combat tactic, Captain Kilgore. What you're talking about... Whenever somebody moans about jousting, you do know that you have to joust past each other in merges, right? No matter what you do in any aviation space, you joust past each other. That process is the joust. When you go past each other. When somebody doesn't turn around, that's what people complain about. But if somebody turns around... That's valid tactics. You have to go past people, or you just have people face tanking. You have to joust. You have to go past each other to not fucking get hit by somebody. To counter jousting, backstrafe is also needed? No, it's not. At all. Tell that to a fucking airplane in modern day, Ondo. Right? They don't go fucking backwards. Why would I turn around if I don't want to fight? Well, again, that's a different story. You can't force people into a fight, Captain Kilgore. If somebody wants to run away from you, you have to let them run away. It's your choice to fucking make sure that you turn into it better. Again, Ondo, CIG are not building a fucking space video game. You've got to let that go. They're making a fucking World War II game. You have more thrust going forwards than you have backwards. You have more thrust going forwards than left and right. That's not how space works. You've got to let it go. If I thrust in one direction, it goes the same as if I go right. Again, CIG are making it very clear of what kind of video game it's meant to be. Well, it's always been an arcade game, Siren. It's never been an actual simulator. It doesn't simulate jack shit. Again, when you're flying in atmosphere and you do this, it doesn't simulate anything. You know? Where are the black holes, exactly? Where's the fucking black holes? So if CIG are making it where it's very much based around how a ship looks, how it goes, and all that jazz, right? Then why does somebody have to do this in the game at all? Yeah, nobody would play it if it was that case, Goldsaw. Because it would be very, very difficult. It's why certain people are astronauts for NASA, and we're not, unless somebody's in chat that's an actual astronaut. It's the same with being a pilot in modern day. Not everyone can be a pilot. So if CIG are making a game that's based around being in space, but you're flying a fucking World War II jet, basically, then you have to fucking take away some of the shit that causes cheese in that system. The Sim Arcade is a silly argument. How is it? It's either an arcade game or it's a simulator game. There's a lot of things that are broken right now, Scarlet. I'm pretty sure CIG will get around to that. I don't think it's a like EMP. I don't think it's a big like on their list right now. It could just be the server you're on, if anything. But I don't think Distortion and EMP are on their list right now. I just want CIG to work out the flight before anything else. And maybe the weapons as well. Yeah, server lag is really, really bad right now. Again, that's obviously a different department, but I would be very interested to know, wait, why has one of these guns got more energy than the other? Why does one Panther have 24 and this has 49? That's really weird. Again, this is the engineer mode, so it's like it's just a full-blown experimental. It's not what we're getting in 323. Again, what Yogi and the team have done for backstrafing in the free 23 stuff is so much better than. Do not allow people to do free fucking 70 free 90 backstrafing. Fuck that shit. I do not want to go back to that nonsense. Yeah, landing a plane is not that difficult, Blue Manx. Depending on what it is, obviously. Was it we like fucking Cessna and shit like that? Yeah, a small one. So probably a Cessna. Yeah. Those things are so fucking easy to land. They're practically just floating. If it was like a fucking commercial liner, like, yeah. It'd be a different story. That would be a crazy ride. Imagine you're up, your pilot dies, and you've got to land it. But the thing is though, like in these planes, there's barely any controls on the console, so once that the ATC talk her down, then it's just again, you know, their movement's so good. Cessnas are a wonderful plane. Could it be energy allocation? Aren't ships now? No. It's all like engineering mode here. This one here is just all testing just now, Bart. So they're testing out like the fuses and stuff like that, but also Yogi's throwing in some like testing some boundaries with ships. And the data I gave Yogi was, if you're gonna let people go forward at that speed, awesome. But please, for the love of God, don't let them go backwards at that speed. So it could just be a bug with how the power works. I don't think that's a design. Because the Gladius doesn't have an engineering profile. It just has it where you can repair the modules and that's it. Take them out, repair them, replace them. It doesn't have like a fuse box system or anything like that. I don't think any fighters will have a fuse box system. I think it will only be the big ships. Again, if they just left in, like what we were talking about, if they left in backstrafe where it only allows you to slow down and it allows you to go backwards for landing at like pre-mode speed, like 30, 50, I'm fine for that. But I am not fucking dealing with shit where people are going backwards in atmosphere at fucking 370 ms whilst I'm doing 500 forward. Fuck that. She was just funny with ATC comes, yeah, I'm running out of fuel, just do something. They made a mistake with routing her to connect the airport and confusion kicked in. Yeah, that would be one hell of an experience. Is there an invisible counter main thruster attached to each ship? Is there an invisible counter main thruster attached to each ship? It depends on how, like, so when you look at physics, this is something that I've never understood with CIG's mentality with how thrusters actually work in space. So for example, if you take a Gladius, right? There is no way in atmosphere and in space when you're using full burn from like an engine this size or a thruster this size that something like these two here would ever be able to out counter it, right? They would so like, you know how we just fucking do this, basically? They would never do that. It would be a gradual gain up, or you would have to massively slow down to do this kind of movement in 6 DOF, right? Because that's how astronaut stuff works. But CIG have got it where these tiny little thrusters can outweigh the power of the ones on the front and the ones on the back. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to make a 6 DOF game, then stop making ships look like fucking jet fighters with little thrusters. Make it where every thruster is the same size on every part, right? They're just for looks, yeah. So if you're just building you don't need to build a fighter then just for looks. You make it where that thruster is the same size here, right? You take that thruster, put it here, put it there. Put it inside the front, put it underneath. And just make it where we fucking gun them around in any direction at all speeds. If that's how people want a 6 DOF game, then so be it. That's awesome. Because that allows you to do so many things. But when you have a ship designed around how it looks and how the engines are actually performing, where for example the upstrafe and downstrafe are not even equal, even though they're the same fucking thrusters, look. One thruster there, one thruster there, one thruster there, one thruster there. It's the exact same thruster on the top and the bottom. Yet, for example, you can go upwards faster than you can go downwards. If that doesn't show you CIG are trying to make a space fucking World War II game, I don't know what it will. Because if you want a true space 6 DOF, if this thruster, these 4 thrusters make you go 20 Gs down, it should make you go 20 Gs up as well. In space. Not fucking 15. So they have to mirror if they want to have a 6 DOF game. If I can go forward 20 Gs, I can go backwards 20 Gs. If I go up 20 Gs, I have to go down 20 Gs. That's how space works. Yeah, I don't know why it is, but because again, Ondo, they're trying to build a World War. Again, Roberts is trying to build a fucking World War II updated version of fucking what's it called? Wing Commander. You know? Not all ships are similar with thruster setup. I mean, for gravity, it would make sense. But that's how it works in space. You like again, how is this thruster that pushes you down slower than the one that pushes you up, Bart? That makes no sense. It's the exact same thruster on the Gladius. It's a gimbal thruster unit. So it tilts left and right like that. And it's the same thruster up and down. So how does this one have less power? No, because CIG don't want you to fly around in a 6 DOF space video game. They want to give you 6 DOF, but they don't want you moving like that. So this is what I point. You either make it one way or you make it the other. You don't try and make it both. If you can go up and down with the same thrusters, the same speed, the forward outpowers the other ones. But that's CIG's choice. They build ships for looks, and then Yogi and the team have to balance it around with the vision of the game. The vision of the game is not a true 6DOF video game, because ships do not behave like it would be in the 6DOF. What do you mean, sorry? What am I missing? Yeah, but that's everything that I'm ranting about, Ondo. It's just wacky tuning. That's what we all talk about. It's wacky tuning. But you have to make it where it's got a law, right? And the law is, if you're going to make it a World War II type dogfighting video game, then make it a World War II dogfighting video game. Take away backstrafe, nerf the fucking strafes, and you make it where you're just literally flying, right? Like a modern day fighter in space. Or you make it where they're fucking spaceships in 6DOF. That's it. I don't think that's what we're getting. Well, what else are we getting? If you dictate how engines are working, it's not a true 6DOF video game. Because I hate to tell you, if I'm going forward at 2,000 meters a second, I could go left 2,000 meters a second. The thruster will take me longer to get there. Right? That's how space works. Bigger the thruster, faster you achieve that speed, and you keep fucking going. If you got a smaller thruster, the bigger thruster outpowers it, and you eventually fucking end up at the same speed in space. You just get there faster. There is no fucking cap. So it's never a 6DOF video game. You can move in 6 directions, yes, but it's not behaving in the laws of 6DOF in space. This is why I keep fucking fighting about it. So if CIG are going to make, as Captain Cougar says, World War II combat in fucking space or in Atmo, yeah, actually that would be fine. 6DOF in space and World War II combat in atmosphere. That would make sense. But then you have to fucking make it where the thrusters work the same. If your same thrusters make you go up and down, they're mirrored. They have to be mirrored. And if I can go 500 forward, my main thruster gets me to that 500 forward better, but I can still do 500 to the side. And then I can do 500 to the back. Because that's how a fucking space law would work. But you don't have that in Star Citizen. So you either make it one way or you make it the other way. You stop trying to do this weird hybrid that doesn't work. So if you're not going to do 100% realism and you're bringing it back to fun, then make it logical. Make it where people can't cheese. Make it where it's literally a World War II dogfighting video game. You take away all the bullshit that causes it, and that's the end of it. And if people don't like it, tough shit. Give them 6 months, they'll be playing it. Because they'll have to, or they walk away. Just stop trying to create these fucking weird loopholes. Or you go with what Captain Kilgore's saying. Make an IFCS for space and make an IFCS for fucking atmosphere. And nobody would complain then. You're a turret in space, and you're a fucking fighter in atmosphere. Or they remove PvP and all the problem is solved. If you make the PV good enough, Rat Scarlet, I'm fine with that. I don't mind. But the PvE has to be really good for you to take away PvP in a video game like Star Citizen. CIG just needs to make a decision and just fucking go with it. And that's it. That's the done deal. Stop trying to fucking please everyone. Either make it a 60 UF game or make it where it's a World War II game. Make a fucking decision, stick with it. I have more respect for doing something like that than this if and out half-baked fucking setup. Make an IFCS for space, make an IFCS for atmosphere. Not one system that dictates both. Because when you try to balance space, you fuck up atmosphere. And when you balance atmosphere, you fuck up space. Because it's on the same system. But the problem is making two IFCSs with two different modes and stuff like that is going to take CIG a long time. More than maybe they're allowed to take. Who knows? The Grandmaster mode in 2026? To be honest, Blue Banks, if it wasn't for Squadron 42, like on a scheduled sort of time now that they have, I would be quite fine if CIG started to burn this IFCS and make a new one. Like in 2 years' time, they have a new IFCS that does all the new... I would be over the moon if that was going to be announced. No, because the atmosphere is just a different zone in the game, Globechan, right? Atmosphere doesn't affect projectiles, bullets, anything. Gravity doesn't do anything in atmosphere. When you go between space and atmosphere, it's the same IFCS. It's just when you move between the areas, it dampens your engines down to give you that fake movement of atmosphere flying. But you can still go backwards at Mach fucking 1. So again, this is where Star Citizen for years is always an arcade video game that's not even fucking built around realism. Because there's no realism to it. So either make one fucking game, or start designing it where you can make the two. Oh yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is, if you want to make it easier for yourself, Captain Google, you start making the two. You have it where there's one for space, and you have one for atmosphere. And everything we've got for free 23, like I'm not saying for CIG to scrap master modes. Fuck no. If anyone thinks that, they're not listening correctly. All I'm wanting is just logical tuning. You can't have ships go slow and weapons be fucking beaming you down. CIG have said they don't want snipers in this game. Well, you're making snipers in this game. You want positional combat? Then you gotta give the fighters positional. Also, look at that. The cockpit slides, look. That's how they give us the fake head tracking, chat. The cockpit's detached from the ship when it wiggles. You just don't see it. Yeah, even got a sniper mode, exactly. I just want CIG to pick a path and that's it. Pick a path, choose where you're going with this game, and make it so. You don't want snipers? Don't make a sniper mode. You don't want people fucking flying around in full 60 UF? Then make it a World War II video game. You don't want people sniping and long-range weapons? Then make short-range weapons for the pilots. Start locking down weapon sets, so you can't have every single type of weapon on every single fucking ship. Make ships unique. So like the Gladius, high speed, high mobility, very short range weapons. It can't fit any other weapon type. You can't be a sniper gladius. Get a fucking sniper ship if you want it. Just like Overwatch, just like any other fucking video game. You want to snipe? You have a sniper ship. You want to fucking be close range? You get a close range ship. You can't have the close range ship also be a fucking sniper. Just make a law to the game. Lock down the shit. Stop giving everyone this free dick fucking Disney vibe. Sometimes it's good to just pick a path. Maybe we could solve it by giving Glint. Dude, there's already Glint and if you've never seen people face off each other with lights on, Captain Kilgore, there's already Glint in flying ships. It's actually a huge advantage as well. Because you can't see the other person. But that's completely different stuff. I would love, like, no joke, as much as I harp on CIG, I would love to be able to sit down with, like, Yogi and a group of people and for him to give us something. We have a week to test it, a week to write a feedback on the forum if I wasn't shadow banned on the Spectrum forum, or somewhere where I could give that feedback, and then a week later, they add a new patch, and we have to test something that. But instead of changing everything, you change one element of the game. So flying. This week's test is about flying on one ship. Everyone gives feedback. Next week, it's about this weapon, this one weapon, to get feedback on that. I would love for CIG to do this. Because it would make it where we could get to the final destination a lot faster by just simply using 5 or 6 weeks of dedicated team that want to get involved in this. And I mean where you have to sign an NDA, you're not allowed to talk about it to anyone, not like Evil Catty, and you've got to actually partake in it and write up things. So it's not just you play it and make fucking content videos. You've got to fucking 100-page, 100-word fucking description on why you like it. Not like, oh, I like it. Oh, this sucks. I want it to go back to 322. Fuck that shit. I would love for CIG to do that. I would sign up with that in a second, a heartbeat. NDA'd out of my mind, giving actually full descriptive shit. Yeah, but then you just go to Spectrum and you've got a load of fucking dads upvoting with their alts, Warlocky, and saying, fucking, oh, my 2,500 view bots on fucking Twitch will 500 view upvote bomb something when they don't like it. You know? Fuck that shit, dude. I don't need a clown to fucking tell me how to drive. No, I'd do it for free, Captain Kilgore. Because that's how I feel about Star Citizen. I'm that passionate, I'd do it for free. I don't need money to make a good video game good. And CIG just need to clean the clouds. That's it. Scrape the fat back, push the cream to the side, and make those fat hublets just fucking roll around in their own feces, and if they don't like it, tough shit. But make a game that will last for fucking years, and it doesn't need to be biased, it doesn't need to have an agenda for your organization or the way you play, it just needs to make fucking sense. Captain Kilgore, I'd be fine with that. A co-op PvE game for Star Citizen, I would be fine with that. But you have to make the PvE content 1,000,000 times better than it is right now. You know? It needs to be challenging. It has to have different levels for different skills. The servers need to work. You know what I mean? Ballsack of red. Oh man. Yeah, do you not know about Bear, Tosin? No, but what we're saying, Tosin, is if you can't sort PvP out, make it a PvE only game. That's what I'm getting at. I don't want a half-baked fucking system. I would rather you just make a full-baked system, which is a lot easier to balance, which is PvE, and you make it challenging and fun, or you start really fucking number crunching and stop fucking around when it comes to PvP. Well, that's CIG's fault, Mojo, right? Where's my music on? My music's dead. Oh, no, there we go. Again, one of the most... What I never understood is one of the most important parts of this video game has one of the smallest teams at CIG. I will never understand this. Well, I can't shit on Knight Rider, Mojo. I've never had a single bad thing with Knight Rider. So I can't do anything like or say against somebody like that. I've had zero issues with Knight Rider, so I think it's a you problem. Or other people have problems kind of thing. Because I've never had an issue with Knight Rider. Yeah, Yogi needs a, like, Yogi is one of the, like, no joke, since we lost JP, Yogi is just simply the best. But the thing is though, and I'm not trying to belittle Yogi, Yogi didn't come in as a fucking physics engineered out of his mind. He came in, you know, in a different department and has worked his way up through passion and sweat and glory altogether. But even somebody like that needs other people to push them up. People that know what they're fucking talking about, not something that they just fucking roll their face over the keyboard kind of shit. So Yogi does need a different, a bigger team to get this job done, but he also needs people who are able to fucking give advice without this fucking old school shitty mentality. It's so boring. They also needed one dedicated dev cleaning up all the advanced keybinds. Yeah, I don't understand why CIG leave the options in such a bad state. I kind of wish they would explain to me so I could work out why the options are in such a bad state after all these years. Surely they have somebody that can clean it. Or they just, yeah, but again, you can't, Blue Manx, you can't have a developer build the video game and also in their off time when they go home to their family and kids and stuff, oh, sorry, honey, I need to now play 6 hours of Star Citizen to fucking understand how to actually design this game, right? That's not how development works. All that CIG needs to do is take a collective mind. People from different areas. Myself for low-flying, Virgil for PvP, Avenger 1 for fucking heart and glory, you know? And other people as well. You take in a collective mind and you get a smaller feedback pool and you make a decision. Then you move that feedback to an open area. People who actually play this game for hours every day, not just fucking go on forums and type things up. And you take that collective mind, you get an average, and then you push it out to people and see what they think. Yeah, exactly, Captain Kilgore. But that's what I mean, why Mojo is saying, like, if they just made somebody designed to correct it all. Somebody is the center of all that information, and they fine-tune it to a fine path. But they don't have somebody working on options, it feels like. It feels like Yogi and his team will do something, somebody else will do something else, like for the fucking Vulcan side, and it overlaps. Or has issues. Nobody actually cleans it. I'm hoping so, Pox. I hope that they're waiting for more of the building block stuff to be able to redo, like, the options. Because one of the biggest things that tilts me is, see this drop-down shit? Is when it overlaps the other thing underneath, right? And there it goes, right? So I can't click medium because it'll click screen shadow high, right? Like here. This is the shittest thing. And all CIG had to fucking do, instead of it being a drop down, is make it like any other fucking options menu, left and right fucking arrows. And it's the same for this shit. Where's the left and right fucking arrow? Where's the ability for me to hover my keyboard and just move it individually numbers? It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to put this shit in. You don't make a drop down. You make a fucking tab system. Left and right. I want to go to low. I go left. If I want to go higher up, I go right. This is brain dead fucking shit because, again, like I said, when it overlaps, and it doesn't do it all the time, but when this overlaps, you try to click like medium and it'll click the thing underneath it instead. And that's so tilting for somebody trying to work out, why can't I do this? I've got an arrow that focuses this way. Why can't it just be like this? Right? This system. All you have to do is this. Look. Look how fucking good it is. Look. It just works, chat. A left and right fucking arrow. Not a drop down that overlaps. Where's the left and right arrow here? If you can build it here, why the fuck can't you build it here? So, I really wish they would hire somebody to clean this up. Make this where you've got all these left and rights, but you don't have an arrow here. You know? This is lucky that it actually has the ability to do fine numbers, but look at it. It bounces so hard. And it's been like this for years, yeah. Again, this doesn't need a drop down that overlaps. Just make a left and right. Everything left and right. Make it also where you can click. Well, there we go. Doesn't even want you to play the game if you fucking click on it. Make it where you can click on the number and input your own number. You can do it in the XML file. Why can't you do it in the options menu? I've been playing it since I re-downloaded, minus the last few days, and I've been loving it. If you're playing Free 22, Scrappa Gaming is a completely different game, dude. Alright? The stuff we're playing right now, Free 23, is broken to all compare. But that's what EP2 is for. We're testing it, we're giving verbal feedback. Doesn't need to be fucking jotted down, it doesn't need to actually happen, it's just feedback. I think drop down is with settings with more options, so we'll just make it against bit where whenever you highlight something it creates a new box, right? So when you press the drop down, instead of it just actually dropping down and overlapping things, make it where it's a box that's above the options. A different layer. Extreme Patience Testing Universe, yeah. So again, you go to options, we go to graphics, and we click this. Look, it's now overlapped. So I've got medium, right? I want to click medium. Now it's dropping down the other area. So how am I meant to get to... I can go to low and I can go to high, but if I click medium, it opens up a new window. This is what I'm ranting about. It's dreadful. I want medium. I want to be able to click medium and for it to work, but it overlaps the options. It's disgusting. And it's been like this for like fucking 5-6 years. Enough is enough. Hire somebody to fucking do this job. Just make it whoever designed the fucking left and right system, you do it for everything. Yeah, but I shouldn't have to fucking get my magnifying glass out for that scrape, right? Like here, you know? See what I mean? You can see there, right? It's there. But I shouldn't have to fucking move it up, right? Look. See? See the difference? I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to fucking magnifying glass it. Replace it with an F interaction? Fuck off. No. Use. Here as well, right? This is your FOV. Please, just let me click here and type 104, right? Instead, just let me click here. Also, CIG has all this real estate. Have you ever noticed this, right? When we go to keybinds, and you look at keybind, look at all this space over here. Why can't it be mouse and keyboard, joystick 1, joystick 2, joystick 3, gamepad, throttle, all on one page, and I just bind it in one page? Why do I have to go through and be like, all right, oh shit, I've got to go back to keyboard now. Oh, where was I? Joystick. You know? Look at all this real estate. You could have it where it's different tabs. Instead of multiple pages, one tab. Yeah, but Omen, I shouldn't have to do that to play with options, dude. I get what you mean, there's workarounds to it, but I shouldn't have to change my resolution to change a game setting. That's not an excuse. A search button as well, but again, when you go to here, you could easily have joystick 1, joystick 2, throttle, gamepad, and it's all in one bar. So when I click here, I could click here and add in my joystick button without having to go to, right, we're looking for docking on here, and then doing it there. It would be awesome if it was just in one page, where you can just find anything. DCS World even has it, if you press the button, it will move the fucking thing to find that button. Which is really cool. Yeah, I would agree, Pogs, yeah. Just copy how DCS World does it. It's really good options. Because you know, the other thing is you also get the head tracking in that area as well. SE backer syndrome? Wait, there's a workaround. Yeah, because that's how we have to roll. We all have to discover and share workarounds to get past all this nonsense at times. But the biggest thing for me is like this, under here, right? Just give me a left and right arrow, or allow me to highlight my, like, you know, in some games you can highlight your mouse here, and then I can use my keyboard left and right to do individual numbers. Look how much effort it is to try and get a fucking 50. We'll get it. There we go. See? Look at how crazy that is. Just allow me to type 2.50 and it'll automatically go. This needs to be overhauled. Like, imagine this is how they release it for Squadron 42. I doubt it, right? That would be a meme in itself. But imagine this is what you got for Squadron 42. You buy that $60, $70 quadruple A video game by Chris Roberts and CIG, and you're having to fight with the options menu. That wouldn't be a good sign. You know, you're trying to go out of the options and it tells you to close the game. Look. Oh, now it's not doing it. Isn't that a fucking miracle? Or does it do it when you're in a different page? Key binding? Now it's not doing it. Well, yeah, problem waiting for them to do optimization of the game so it doesn't eat your CPU. I think there's a major problem with CPU just now. Again, if you make this look pretty, right? And somebody's done this. You remember when they updated all this menu stuff and you could actually make it where it tabs away? I don't understand how somebody can do this and then you have this pile of shit in here. Which doesn't have anything. You know, this giant... Oh, right, let me move my mouse really slowly so I can get across, because just hold still, you know? This doesn't need to be in at all, and this could use up some of that real estate that's over here. A description could even be added in, you know? For somebody starting off in the game, what does this do? This is when two guys put their penis together and they dock. A quick description on what it actually does. The new menu bug is added content. See, look, I went back and now the thing. No, I don't want to quit the game. Yo, you need to have a PhD done. Yeah, but it shouldn't be that way, guys, right? I know that this is a developing game, but it's the same options menu that we've had for 5 or 6 years. Whoever did this grand job, please get them to go in here and just fucking clean up the options. Before it gets to Squadron 42 and this is what we have to deal with. I will fucking flip a table and drop kick a nan with 2 fucking foot kick if I have to deal with this in Squadron 42. Without little fucking arrows and shit. Oh yeah, I know what we need to test now. They nerfed the ion, by the way. Massively nerfed the ion, so let's have a look at the ion. This got nerfed. Vehicle loader. Hey, rent more stuff. JS as well. Setting up, dude. I've started to do more XML than anything else. Instead of doing the options, I've actually been learning how CIG does the XML folder or how they do the files. I find it easier to edit this and then just re-upload it in the game. Like say I want to change my dead zones, I'll just change these numbers here. Oh, I want to change a keybind, I'll just do it here. It's so much easier than fucking dropping down the tabs and scrolling it, because here's the cool thing, right? If you want to have a joystick button and a mouse button, you just code it here, right? You know? Where is it here that I recently just added one in for joystick and mouse? Yeah, look. There's my keyboard button and there's my joystick button. I didn't need to go into different menus. I just fucking pressed it here. Then I save it and then I go into the options and I just buy it, you know? So I just go here and I do pp_1. There we go. There's my XML loaded. Instead of going for the options. Like, that's ridiculous that you have to do that in a video game. And it makes it so much faster if you just do it here. Yeah, I want to make this F4, right? There we go. Now it changes the button. Oh, I want to make this button 4. Right? This is so much faster than CIG's option. And the thing is, you get the details of it. I can even add a double tap by adding a command line. Oh, it's cool that I can actually do this. Yeah. But I would like to be able to actually do it with, you know what I mean? Like, I would like to just come into the game and be able to set up things without an absolute shit show. Again, I think it's time for it to be redone. Somebody to actually pay somebody to do this. I can't do it. I don't know anything about fucking coding. I wish I did. I would offer my fucking services. If I was a content creator that knew how to do any form of coding, I'd be like, yo, I'll fucking fix this in my spare time. Yeah, definitely long overdue. Alright, chat. Let's find out how good the Ion is. They nerfed the low tier blap. So I want to find out exactly what it does. Obviously, we're using NPCs. It does not represent well against players, but we'll see how this goes, okay? I want to see how many it would take down like a Tana, basically.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Ooh, it's also lagging like crazy.
Contact.
No! Alright, so Tana. We're gonna just drop some flares.
Contact. Attack.
Oh god, yeah, that's massively nerfed. Oof. Oh, missed shot on that one. Oh, we have blown off a wing, I think, or damaged a wing. Yeah, it would have been dead a long time ago. Yeah, that's super nerf. So it's like half the damage, apparently.
Contact. Contact. Contact.
Again, these guns don't have any assist to them.
Destroyed.
The question is, how easy would it be to land a fucking charge against an Aurora?
Contact.
So that was a charge shot we did. Second charge shot, but that did no damage. That did no damage. This thing is just taking free charge shots on an Aurora NPC. The fuck are you going?
Attack on shields.
The little Aurora's been sneaky. Let's go lag. Maybe lag will work better. Oh. Interesting, that hit off pip. Oh yeah, because the gun's off center, eh? Oh, Ion is so bad.
Target destroyed.
So this is against like an NPC, which has like nothing compared to the tank that a player has. No, these NPCs are not strong, dude. Not at all. They've not changed the HP on them. They've just made them where they dodge a bit more. No, these are not overtuned. Dude, if I go, look, I'll do this in a fucking F8. Watch how fast it takes. Right? Or I'll do it in I'll do it in a Hornet Mark II. Right? Let me fucking get you set up here. I won't even put a turret on it. Not that I don't think you can do it, right? Vehicle loadout. Let me put the modules in. I need to rent one actually here. Go on, let me run. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. There we go. Right, let me rent some weapons. What should we go with? Omniskis, chat. Omnis? Yeah, we'll just do Omnis to be like cannon setup, right? What are these ones actually? Size 4, yeah. So size 4, and then we'll get size 3 as well. Here. Size 3. So we're gonna have 2 size 4s, 1 size 3, okay? Let me just go back so they do. Or it just allows you to use them basically. So we're gonna change it here to the Omniski. That's the 3, we want the 4. We're gonna put a gimbal on the front, because I don't know why it doesn't even come with a gimbal, but it doesn't. We'll put the 3 here. Save that. And then we're gonna change it to a 4 here. Okay. There we go. 3 guns. We're even gonna give it a skin to make it go faster. Everyone knows a skin makes it go faster. Pirate Swarm. There we go. You just finished in a Gladius? Are you on 323? You talking about Matthias?
All systems online.
Right. We don't need as many flares. Nice. Yeah, it's a lot more fun, eh? The NPCs actually do stuff, which is really nice.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Ogie.
Alright,
Ogie.
so this is the difference.
Ogie.
Let's go for this one, because this one here is a bit off, right? We get in a bit.
Target destroyed.
Yeah. They're a bit more tankier, right? Totally. Yeah. Really tanky. No, it's just the Ion sucks, dude. And CIG have nerfed it. Again, I've got 2 4s, 1 3. I don't even have a full build on it.
Target destroyed.
Easy mode, right? I'll wait for my regen. And I'm not even using shotguns. We could have this a lot faster.
Target
Yeah.
destroyed.
So there's a big difference. The Ion is firing a size 7 gun and it's weaker than a fucking size 4 in damage. The Vanguard's scuffed, big viewer. So if anybody hasn't played with the Vanguards, the pitch is broken on the Vanguard, but also the size 3s or size 2s are just shit stats. So when you look at your Vanguard, for example, let's use the Harbinger, and you go here, these weapons here do not have, so the little 4s, they do not have the same stats as the one on the external. And because they don't have gimbal, they have very little assist. So using these weapons suck right now, with how CIG have them tuned. You don't need to nerf Omnis. They're so short range. I could have used other ones that had longer range. So that's why you're struggling, because this gun here works, and these don't work just now. They're very badly tuned. Yeah, the nerf on the Ion is dreadful. Really bad. CIG should have never changed it. It was fine with 3K a shot. They should have just buffed the charge and made it like a fucking 7K shot. So CIG needs to fix these guns. These guns here are size 2, right? In equivalent. These need to be the same stats as 3.5. So when you take an attrition, for example, right? Let's look at some stats. We're gonna go into the old wonderful stat page and fucking do this stuff here, okay? These guns need to be the same stats as like size 3 weapons or more. Size 3.5, basically. They need much longer range. So weapons, And we're going down to size 2. Let's compare size 2, basically. Right? So let's do distortion repeater, size 2, on the Vanguard versus a distortion repeater that you would fit in a slot. What's it called again? Modal. Right? So we're comparing the guns. Funny enough, they're actually the same. Interesting. Let's compare something else then. Maybe CIG have buffed them for this patch. Let's go through a full confirmation though. Ballistic repeater, no, we want the distortion cannon. What's the one? What's the ballistic? The laser repeater called? We want that. And we want a badger. GV, thank you guys. GV. G. Oh wait, come past that. I need to get the neutron anyway. That's the size 2. GGG. Thank you. Right, compare this. So let's look at alpha damage as the primary one. Attrition 2 does 96. 1,000 meters, right? Oh, it actually has the same stats. So, I think CIG have buffed them. But it just doesn't have the assist now. So they have the same stats as attritions and modals. Obviously the Badger, lesser alpha, all that jazz. Why isn't this going up? And they got the same speed. Right, testing time. Testing time. Let's do this. So it might just purely be that they don't have gimbal assist and they're going to be fucked. Let's rent that, confirm that, and we're going to put an attrition 5. Oh no, actually, yeah, we're going to, because it's like the same as an attrition, so we'll do an attrition 5. Let's load out. Let's quickly test it. Because if they've got the speeds matching up now, this might actually work. I think it's then just down to it needs some sort of assist. I'll test it out as well because maybe they fixed the pitch from the last patch. 5. And we're doing this. So this is literally all the same stats now as attritions. So if you were matching up, you would have to match it with attritions. Alright, we're not going to do missiles. Pirate Swarm, we'll do SBK, so it's a little bit brighter for people to see. Right, let's try. Oh, you're welcome, viewer. That's the whole process of EP to you, is to find out what is right and what is wrong. And give feedback on that. Funnily enough, so the Attrition 5 has the same amount of shots as the GVSR, which is really cool to see, actually. Let's put some flares up, because we're going to be dealing with multiples. All power to shields. Let's push ourselves in. We're gonna wait in range. Remember, they've got 1,000 meters second range, so there's no point shooting over 1,000 meters. Let's go in on this. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, pitch still feels really bad. Yeah, I think maybe CIG's fixed them. Or you just have to purely match up. That was pretty fast, actually, for a repeater standard. But I still think they need some sort of, like, way of assisting, if possible. Yeah, that's... Obviously now we need to put all power to weapons, to regen, all powers to shields again. We're actually not getting shot, so all power to engines, so we get our afterburner up. Yeah, these are pretty good. GVSRs and Attrition 5 match up in speed and ammo. All power to shields now. A little bit of afterburner to bring us around. Yeah. Remember, in 323, you want to hold your afterburner to get the aim assist, okay? like to make it massively help. If you ain't pulling afterburner when you're shooting, you're going to be missing quite a few shots, right? Well, the thing is that it's matching attrition, so we're going to look at the stats again and see if we can find something a bit more interesting, right? It's just matching up the guns, basically, Mojo, right? Yeah, that's pretty powerful, not gonna lie. Right, let's find something here. Right, so that was it. If you're gonna go with GVSR, you're gonna use the attrition 5, okay? Make note of that. If you're gonna use GVSR, you're gonna use the attrition 5. That way they sync up and they're at the same speed. Now we're gonna look for something laser cannon. What's the laser cannon called? It is, that's distortion cannon, GVSR, FL. The M. Thank you guys. I don't know these ones off by heart. So we're needing something that is doing 1,000. You could actually use the attrition on this as well. So let's mark down an attrition 5. And we're gonna look at, we can't do we can do Omniskis. Omniski is 1400. That's not gonna work. We don't want an Omniski. We want a bearing then. Bearing is way more damage and the same speed. 1,000, yeah. So we're gonna take an M7A, match them up. So your choices are, since you're going to cannon setup, you can go with a 337. It's the same as the attrition 5. This actually works really well. The problem is the ammo going to sync up? Also, the range is less on the... See what I mean here? This is a big concern for me, is that the range is bad on these fixed weapons. But what we're going to do is M7A and the fucking VS now. And we're going to do big bada boom cannon setup. Let's see how fucking powerful this goes. I still think the repeater setup is probably going to be better for dealing with fighters, just purely because you get more shots. But this might be good. Right, so all we need is... I think I've got an M7A, yeah. So I got an M7A, and I'm going to need... You guys said the M. Let me quickly rent that. Save that, back. Because we want to dupe the weapon. There. Definitely I feel the pitch is still off on the Vanguard. What do you think about that, Mojo? Since this is your ship, pretty much. I think the pitch is still a bit... meh. I think it definitely needs more pitch.
Swarm initiated.
Alright, so we got 19 shots at max power to weapons. Let's get our flare count up. And whilst we got all power to shields, we got 10 shots. Let's see how this goes down.
Warning. There are multiple
Avoid it,
hostiles
right,
inbound.
okay. We're gonna deal with the spam. Let's go for this one at the side here. Caught it on the wee bones. It's fine. Actually, I'm gonna go for lag pip on this. Maybe not actually. Yeah, that's big damage, like with the M7A. Just need to get round on target. This is off. Alright, let's get our power to shields. Try to get a wee cheeky second shot in there. Yeah, let's go for this, because this one's actually on us. We should be able to hold the tank, I think. Try and slide it in. I would definitely say repeaters feels better. But that is doing a lot of damage though. Our tank is still holding against those little buggers as well. Yeah, that's the moment you get a good turn, that's fucking crazy damage. Yeah, Vanguard's good. My only criticism is the pitch is a bit fucking scuff. But if CIG made the turret working, I think that would be fine. Because again, it is pitching fast.
0 hostile contacts
Yeah.
remaining.
No, I would definitely say they've made the Vanguard a lot better now, guys. It's just the pitch. The weapons, I kind of feel like they should make them faster. I think the Vanguard should have faster speed. So when we actually look at the thing here, I think all the options, right, for the internal guns should be 1400 on speed. 1000 is just a little too slow for like a Vanguard in the way it turns. All its internals should be 1400. And that way you could go with a bigger choice of weaponry instead of having to go for the slower, harder hitting stuff. Yeah, there's a multiple choice now, Korean Gamer, right? So if we actually look at, say, size, we'll use size 3 because it's the most common one. Attrition. We're going to use neutron repeaters. And we're going to use Panthers, right? All repeaters, laser. Here's Panther. There we are, Panthers. And we actually compare them. So when we look at Alpha, never go with burst DPS. Anybody that actually uses DPS is just off their fucking rockers, right? So when you look at the attritions have 1,000 meter second speed, 2600 range, and they do 145 alpha.
Following.
Thank you, dude. They do 145 alpha. Then if you want a bit more range and medium, you go neutron repeaters now, which they got 1400 speed, 2604 range. They do 81 per shot. And obviously the rate of fire is a little bit higher than the attritions. But then if you want maximum range and speed, you've got the 1800 projectile speed with the 41 per shot, but the 750 rate of fire with the Panthers. And these motherfuckers on like a Connie, if you go up into like Galdrine, because you've only got the ability to do attritions or Galdrines, okay? On like a Connie. And I personally think the Galdrines are better because you're able to shoot so many more rounds instead of waiting for that fine tuning. If you were going up against a big ship, maybe the attritions would be a better choice, or cannons. But if you're just wanting to be like a support for your fleet, saturating with lots of shots is so much better. There's a reason it's 5 times the price now, but hopefully they do a wipe, right? It's a lot better than the Ion. The Ion, I have no idea what CIG are trying to do. I don't get it, chat. I don't understand why they've nerfed the Ion again. Is it because players are getting one shot or they're killing NPCs too fast? It's a size 7 fucking gun. You've got to make the size 7 do damage. Especially with only 1,000 projectile speed, it's doing 1,500 on a single shot. So CIG have nerfed the damage of the single shot by half. And they've obviously kept the max charge. But the thing is though, landing the max charge is pointless. Just CIG give us 4 shots or 2 shots at 6,000 a shot. Take out this charge, 6,000 per shot, and you've got a massive cooldown and waiting for it to rearm. Well, again, Warlocky, whatever, right? Like, just take away all the assists. Give it big damage, take away the assists. Well, to be honest, if you get hit by an Ion, right, Rain, that's kind of on you. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm in a light fighter, an ion ain't ever hitting me. And if somebody's using an ion to hit somebody in a light fighter and stuff, well, then move. Yeah, the glaive does more damage. I would use a glaive over an ion. If you're gonna add a size 7 cannon, make it a size 7 cannon. And if people get hit by it, that's on them. Yeah, but that's... then just take away all the assists, Ondo. Instead of nerfing the damage, take away the assists. Take away the fixed assist. Make it where it only fires. And that's it. It doesn't have any assist adjustment. The bullets don't change. They don't nudge. That's how you balance the ion. Literally remove all its assist and give it a big cannon. So if you do land a shot, it's a big bada boom. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's got 0 assist. Make it where an ion can't use ESP. Ion can't use ESP and it doesn't have an assist, but make it where it's a fucking 10k shot. And if you get hit by it, that's on you. That means you're just bad. And the ion pilot is an absolute god. That's how I would build the ion. I would make it where it's a big, like, make it where it's a 7k shot, no assist, and you're not allowed to ESP in the ion. It doesn't work. It just disables it. Yeah, but we're talking about a size 7 clapping like a light fighter arrow, Mojo. We're not talking about 2 shields Gladius or fucking 2 shields huge HP F8, right? We're talking about shooting an arrow. But if you take away, like, so you get into the ship and the ion has no ESP. So you can't have ESP and you don't have any fixed assist. How many people are going to land that fucking kill shot without training massively? No, I disagree. If you don't have that amount of assist, that is a god tier aimer on you. But are you saying my 250 Ares doesn't auto win all dogfights? If they had it with my setup, it wouldn't. You would also miss big ships with my setup. Yeah, I would be fine with that then, Ondo. But then that's all light fighters then. All light fighters get 2 shot. Yeah, I would be fine with that. Take away ESP, take away the assist, make it where it can 2-shot fighters. Because again, if you take away ESP and you take away the fixed assist, it means it's harder to land shots on big ships as well. And that's how you could balance the ion. And then you can make it where the Inferno has the assist because it's got just the ballistic rounds, right? So the Inferno has ESP, it has the assist. The Ion is the skill check where you've got no assists and you've got a big bada boom cannon. That would be amazing if CIG did this, and it's so simple to do. Because you can already make it where there's no ESP and stuff in ships. Just remove it from the fucking Ion. Just don't remove it from the Inferno. I know some... Well, that's the thing, right? That's the biggest thing that always confuses me with this topic about the Ion, Edison, is I don't understand why CIG nerfed the Ion, but I can dumbfire a size torp into somebody and one-shot them. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of times where you can, like, I've seen, what was his name? Mordor's in the Scorpius running from a size 9 torpedo, and he turned into it and he got one shot, right? So there's all these situations where you get one shot. A fucking A2 can nuke a whole area and one shot everything. An A2 can one shot an 890 by landing a bomb on it. And you can do that in space pretty much like a depth charge. So I never understand why CIG have an issue with the Ion. Make the Ion cannon do ridiculous damage, but make it where it's got no assist. So it's a full skilled player using it. And then you make the Inferno the repeater version that has the assists on it, and it just does little damage because of the rounds being used. That way you've got 2 areas for these ships to be. Yeah, I no joke, Rain. I got very excited when CIG brought out the Ion, and that the fact that if somebody was stationary, I could one-shot them. I have a video of this Avenger Titan flying past me going super slow, and at 2 kilometers, I pre-aimed the shot, and the dude just flies into it and gets one shot. We're not even talking about aiming on the pip. I pre-aimed it miles in front, and as they're flying, you see the fucking shell go in, and they get one shot because of it. That's a pure skill shot, and then CIG took it out. Because they were like, oh, people are getting one shot. It's like, all you had to do was take away the assists, so you had to pre-aim everything. Dude, in 323, they're so fucking good. I don't know what you're talking about. Have you tried the Avenger Warlock? It's insane. It's so fast. Let me quickly show you this, guys. The Avenger Warlock or the Titan. Actually, I don't even know what the Titan can do. Let me get one. I'll need to rent. What do I do? Yeah. Let me rent. Avenger Titan. Dude. This thing has become one of the best starter ships in the game. It is just absolutely fucking god tier in the atmosphere. For what you actually get out of it. I'm not even going to put a fit, guys, right? We'll just have this. They rework on the Avenger when they made it work well. It's a big profile. Yeah. Like, CIG have done a really good job on this bad boy. This thing is just super good. So again, when you're going in the dive is sitting at 260. This is an Avenger Titan. This is the stock Titan. It's doing 30 ms faster than a fucking Gladius or an Arrow in the dive. Afterburner dive, it's doing just short of 400. When we go into nav mode in this bugger, it's so fast. But in space is even faster. So this is nav mode. Look at this. It's doing over 420 in a straight. And the thing is though, the turn capability is really good if you arc it. Obviously you're not going to get Gladius turn rate. But this thing is fucking cruising at serious speed. I heard 420. But if we go into space with this bad boy, watch how fast this thing is. I really wish you could change the map whilst you're in the mode. It's very frustrating. Don't mention the Avengers. Hey dude, it's nice to see it actually being useful again. Right? All safety's off. We're doing 260 in the SEM, which is funny that it does nearly the same SEM in atmosphere that it does in space. Instant 550, 560. Did you see that? Literally went from max speed 260 whatever it is to instantly 500. So we're at max SEM.
500. Just short of 600. And it turns really well. With a bit of drift to it, obviously. Chain the most, what's it called? Agile ships. Now we go into nav mode. And this thing is doing 1425. A starter ship doing 4. Again, if you can escape this thing can escape a mantis, because I don't think a mantis is able to catch this before it can actually get out of range. The Titan is also more nimble than the Stalker. That's fine again for a starship. Yeah, the afterburn is good. Again, nice to see the Titan actually be viable. Especially with the size 4 cannon. Size 4 cannons and the 2 size 3s, really, really good for a starship now. Yeah, just don't get popped. Yeah, exactly. But again, we're talking about a starter ship. It's not meant to be like pro fucking competitive. It's just really nice to do it. Because this is such a good drop ship now as well. Because it moves so fast, you can drop people in EVA. Have you ever done the new drop stuff, Mojo, yet? When somebody's navving and you jump out the door with the new EVA, you literally can just come past here like this. You jump out, you don't die, and you just EVA in. It's so cool. I don't even know if I could actually maybe set this up to showcase it. Let me try and get something here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to actually do like... Alright, I'm gonna do here. Alright, so... How do I actually get to the back? Wait. Is it not gonna let me? There we go. Alright. Let's quickly showcase this. Alright. Roger, roger, roger. Look. Look how good it is. No collapsing, nothing. And you just float away. So if you time the drop perfectly, you can drop out of 1400 instantly and get ready to start shooting people. Yeah, it does 1400, yeah. Obviously, we're a bit miles away from the target, because, well, you're not meant to climb out yourself. But because of the new system, it's just really good. The Titan will 100% get a nerf. They just gave it all 3 of the same tune because the Warlock is... but I don't see why you would need to, though, Captain Kilgore. It doesn't have any turning capability. It's just fast in the straight line. It's the same with the Scorpius. You don't need to touch the Scorpius. Just leave it the same. Leave all 3 as the same. They can't turn. They're just very fast in the straight line. Interceptor. Fine with me. It's a starship and interceptor. Wee. Man, CIG did such a good job with the EVA. The only problem is the side door, right? The side door is a bit of an issue. But the Titan is one hell of a dropship. You have everyone racked up there and you can literally just all go out at the same time and you get pulled in. Same with Vanguards now. Vanguards are very good dropships. It's a shame that you couldn't just open the door without lowering a ramp. You know what I mean? I kind of wish CIG designed it where there was... The ramp would extend out and there was just always a door, basically. Yeah, new EVA is amazing. Look at that. So good. I don't even need to change the direction I'm moving in either. You know? But it saves CIG so much time. There is no, like, if you look at the Avenger Titan, the Warlock and the Stalker, right? It's the exact same ship in model, and it has the exact same thrusters. So why would you ever need to balance it out where it has different things? They literally go fast, they can't turn, and they fucking insta-pop if they turn badly. There's your disadvantage. And it's the same with the Scorpius. Same model, same thrusters, just make the Scorpius go fast like the Antares so it stays together, because the Scorpius can't turn for shit now in high speed. It used to be a god tier turner, now it's not.
Welcome to Roberts Racing Industries.
So when we're pushing all the way forward and I want to turn round, look at it. Yep. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a second. Well, you get the EMP, right? You're paying for the EMP device. The same as the Stalker, you have the beds. But I don't see why CIG would have to change the flight characteristics of the Scorpius to the Antares. Just keep them the same. These things cannot turn anymore. The Scorpius can massively outturn the Vanguard, but it can't tank for shit, big viewer. So you've got a big tanky ship like the Vanguard that deals a lot of damage, and you've got a lot of damage from the Scorpius, but a few shots to the wings and you're starting to get disabled. It's mainly a turret ship, yeah. But what makes the Scorpius good for me, I like, is the interceptor profile, where again, you just get that speed, so you're into the fight a lot faster to actually help out, pushing it up to its little cheeky 1375. It's very fast, but look, like when we start to turn, it's a long time to slow down. Still slowing down, chat. Trying to do it without blacking out. This is a long time for somebody to be trying to turn round in a fight. So I don't see why you would need to change this. You come out of SEM mode and you can see, look how slow it turns. And when it pitches in full throttle, look, that's its pitch. Yeah, but you've got to remember one shield, big viewer, compared to two, and its HP is small. This thing just deals more damage and it goes faster in the sacrifice of no tank. These things are so easy to kill. A couple of light fighters with cannons tear this thing apart in seconds. So it should have the speed to move. The Vanguard can just take more of a hit. You choose which you prefer, speed over tank. But they've roughly got about the same sort of damage, give or take. Again, it's the same if you look at the F8. The F8 has the flight characteristics of a Vanguard. It's got massive tank, massive damage, but it's got no speed anymore. Now Gladiator, I don't know if I've got enough to even rent a Gladiator, to be honest. If I have, I'll try it out. But I don't think I've got enough to rent it. So with how these flight characteristics are that CIG have done, I completely agree with it. It'll be Anvil. Oh yeah, I can get it. Alright, let's have a look at this bad boy. Oh, where's that? No. Let's do this test first. Very not lightning. Well, lightning could be damage, right? Lightning doesn't always represent speed. Look here. So it's 220. 450, give or take. Yeah, actually feels pretty good. For a bomber ship. Let's go into nav. Yeah, 1150. Gets there pretty fast. Slows down fast. Yeah, again, this feels good. We'd have to spend ages with this ship to try and figure out if it's overpowered or underpowered. But generally, from a first glance, it feels good for what it's meant to be doing. How'd you get, do like Pirate Swarm, complete some PvP? PvP is actually one of the easiest ways to do it. You just go in, just shoot at people, even if you don't get kills, you'll still get like 10k kind of wreck. Pirate Swarm is probably the easiest in the group. You'll get like 40k for that. Only it'll take you like 10 minutes. However, I did see somebody did Pirate Swarm in 322 in 140 minutes. That's a big record, like. No, it doesn't. No, big viewer. They're separate, completely separate, dude.
Landing gear deployed.
The turret link.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Oh yeah, it's here, right? Yeah, there. It's at the side. Hmm. Oh god.
Anvil Aerospace.
What the
All
hell is
systems
going on there?
online.
So we do all the jazz on this, right? Does this have this? Yeah, it does. So there's your manual gimbal. Auto gimbal. And then you've got fixed. I personally think manual gimbal and turrets is so good. Really, really good. I like it. I don't think it should be for pilots, but I think that like CIG have done a good job with this. This feels really, really good. Very responsive. You can go into precision duck hunt mode. I think you got the zoom, right? Do you still have the zoom? Oh no, the zoom isn't, no, maybe my keybind doesn't work. Does manual gimbal work with relative mode? I don't even know how to go into relative mode. I don't use mouse and keyboard, and normally I was joystick user, but because joystick on manual gimbal is really bad, I'm gonna be using mouse. Is it Q? Oh, right, so you can't use manual gimbal with relative then. Again, once CIG gets like a better tuning for turrets, this system is just fucking good. I have to give props to Yogi and the team for this.
Is now following.
Yo, thanks for the follow, dude. This just feels good. You've got different modes. Auto gimbal, which is slower rate fire, fixed for the ultimate speed. Manual gimbal, which is in between. It gives the player a choice. Then just buff the speed and range and stuff or whatever, and this is going to be really good. I really like this. The pilot shouldn't have this. The gunner should definitely have this. This is fucking cool. Seems to have like fucking unlimited ammo as well. How much ammo does this thing have? What the actual fuck? Oh, there we go. Now we're out. Problem is the UI doesn't tell us how much or how fast it is. Yeah, but the pilot shouldn't have manual gimbal with mouse. Brain. Not at all. Not with the new system, it shouldn't. It worked fine in the old system because the weapons didn't have these projectile velocities. Now that you're slower, this thing is so broken with mouse. For a pilot. No, it's got 3 modes, Valcor. So the old style is this mode. See there? At the crosshair, this gives you the fastest rate of fire. You press G and you've now got gimbaled manual mode. So I have to move the mouse to aim, but my rate of fire goes down. I then have a third version, which is auto gimbal, which means I just need to be in the area and the guns will auto target, but it's at the slowest rate of fire. So if you're a pro player, you'll be able to get the best rate of fire. I'm personally thinking this one's going to be the best way. In between. It gives you the manual gimbal and medium rate of fire of the weapon. But that's your choice, right? You've now got 3 choices as a gunner. Is it good? No, it needs still a bit of work, but CIG have done a wonderful job with this. Can you still stagger fire? That's a good question. I don't really have cannons to show this, though. I would have to change out the fit. I don't know because the UI is scuffed. You don't even know how many shots you've got. Because obviously we're getting the new UI system from CIG in the future. But what I like about it is it does tell your alt meter here, even though it's a little bit hidden. And you actually have, you know, a ladder system. You don't really have a heading system yet, which would be really cool. But I love this for turrets. This is a smart move for turrets. I like this really a lot. Slower rate of fire than fixed, but I have the ability to sort of like pre-aim that shot a bit better and help out. Turret wiggling, yeah. But turrets need so much love. Like, they need to always... There has to be a reason why I have 2 people in a gladiator instead of 1 person in 2 gladiators, right? I want it where somebody sitting in the back here is like, I'm a fucking hotshot FPSer because I can't fly. And I will keep everyone off you kind of situation. I want to see that in this game. I want to see turrets very, very dangerous. Because I love multi-crew. Like, flying around in a Hurricane and a Scorpius just feels so much fun. Communicating with your gunner. Yeah, you get that if you're flying like 2 light fighters, but I just like the 1 ship scenario. Yeah. I want to see the hammerheads great again and all that jazz. I think CIG can do it. I'm very interested to see with Yogi's like acceleration for turrets. I personally, and again it's just my opinion, I would prefer CIG to stop catering for the babies and just give turret like this a turret weapon. Because I don't need to have a turret that does cannon shots for more damage against bigger ships. This, in my opinion, this turret should be defending me against fighters. That should be a gun purely designed for that. I don't need cannons and shotguns and all that stupid shit on a gladiator. I look at this role is to literally keep people off me or keep off the main ship. So I don't see why a hammerhead needs to change out its weapons. I don't see why a Redeemer needs to change out its weapons. It should just be balanced for different roles. The Redeemer should be designed to kill big ships, not fucking suppress fire and deal with small ships. That's just how I feel about the game when it comes to that. And maybe CIG will do it one day where it's like that, but for the time being, I think this is definitely a good stopgap. All turrets should be. Yeah, the Redeemer does it. I can quickly show you. Can I eject? No. Alright. Kind of weird that this thing doesn't have an eject. It just gives you basically a role for the turret, Warlocky, right? A hammerhead should be designed to kill anti-fighters. It shouldn't be designed to kill anti-big ships, right? Different ships for different roles, different flavors. The Redeemer should be designed to kill big ships and have like a hammerhead escort it basically to kill light fighters. And if you've got a ship like the 600i or the Hercules, they should be anti-fighter weapons. They don't need to be anti-big ship weapons as far as I'm concerned. Same with the Cutlass Blue. Doesn't need the Caterpillar. They don't need cannons. They just need anti-defense. That's it. Where was going? Redeemers here. Redeemer. There we are. So yeah, the Redeemer has it. Let's go into the turret. It also has precision mode, all that jazz. Yeah, nobody wants to be multi-crew, Valkyr, because it's just not there yet. CIG are doing a good job to get it there, but it still needs more. There has to be a reason why I choose to take a Redeemer over, like, free fighters, basically. So again, just the same as the other system, we've got fixed. Maximum rate of fire. We press G. We've now got gimbaled, which slows it down. But we have manual gimbal. And then we've got gimbal assist. That slows it down. The fourth view is this. Precision mode. But it slows the rate of fire down. And I love it. I think it's really good for turrets. It gives you a choice of how your playstyle should be. You know? Do you like the fixed maximum rate of fire? Do you like in between? Or do you like to have it auto, but slow rate of fire? Although for some reason it keeps cutting out the weapons though. And imagine the size of the game. Friends will not be able to be at the same place time together. Yeah. Exactly. If they can get multi-crew sorted out, it's going to be so much fun. Because I find it very boring to always fly around in like 323 right now until CIG can fix a few more things will be like everyone in a Hornet basically. And that gets very boring. I want to see somebody rocking up with a Redeemer, but not being like, well, this is a complete waste and it just falls apart kind of system. Can you unlock this? Does this have an engineering tab? No, it doesn't. We're in warning status. We're under attack! I do like how they can do this. I kind of wish the pilot had this in the console. You know what I mean? Like, if you're at the console, you can change out the lighting system. Be like, yes, guys, we're under attack. And the lights go like this, and you start being like, oh shit. Now to do something, right? Or maybe when you get shot at, it automatically goes into this view. That would be kind of cool for CIG to develop into it. And then when you stop getting shot at, it basically goes back to this state. So people internally know that you're here, right? Say you're doing an engineering job and you're under pressure and you're trying to get stuff done. Whilst it's under attack, you're like, alright, shit. Right, I gotta fix here. I gotta fix here. And then suddenly, without somebody saying on comms, the lights go like this. And you're like, oh, I can relax for the time being. Yeah. It'd be really cool. I would love that. For being in like an internal ship. Because this means that you can be like, right, nothing's happening to us. And then this state could go like that. Alright, we're losing power in certain areas. So you have to be like, oh shit. This area's just lost power. Where do I go? Fuse box, fuse box. Fuse box, where's the fucking fuse box, right? And then that area goes back to here. When you've recovered it. And when we're in absolute shit creek, the whole system's going like this. The escape pods need to work first. I know, I know. Right now, the whole escaping is basically running to here, going backwards so you can instantly drop down, and then going this way. Alright guys, see you later. I'm fucking getting out of here. Escape pod 1, go! If anybody doesn't know that, that's how the fastest way to get out the Redeemer. Make sure you always turn your back to ladders. However, let's see how fast you can actually roll in on this one. Yeah, look at that. So smooth. If you could just keep the door open, though. You know what I mean? I really wish CIG would allow us to be where doors just... Because that should be closed. Right, yeah. See, that's really sensitive. Look at that. That's too sensitive. Yeah. Yeah, it can do with engineering. So I'll be so glad when we're out of the legacy system. But you know the bonkers thing? Right, look at this, chat. The escape pods are here, right? Now, what happens when you escape and the wing's still attached to the ship? Where is this escape pod going? It's going straight into the fucking wing. Because it's not going up, and if it goes down, well, what happens when you're landed with no landing gears and you want to escape from the ship? How are you escape podding out? They're in such a bad design. They should replace it where this is where they go, and they go out this direction. So they fire out this way. The Redeemer needs a redesign, and CIG never thought about this when they designed the new one. Because look at this, right? There's your escape pods. So why does everyone who's going to sit down in this ship need to be here, for example? These should go down, and the escape pods go in this position here. And that means they fire up over the wings, basically. Because when you're the trooper and you've got the armory rack, you don't go, right, Jim, get down the ladder. Oh, God, I'm stuck. I'm stuck and they're shooting my little legs. Help! They've got my legs. The guys should be here. Oh, we're getting boarded. Armory, guns, everything here, racked up, ready to go. But the guy in the bed has to go. Oh, God. Oh, we're getting boarded? Oh, no. Quickly, let me find the get. Oh, wait. Is there a get out button? Uh-oh. We might be trapped. We might be trapped. Oh, God. Help! Auxiliary lightning! Help! It's a fucking brig. Has CIG made it where you can't get out of beds? Oh, wait, there. There's a fucking exit button at the end of the fucking bed, right? So it's like, oh shit, we're getting boarded! Oh, God. I gotta get my gun. Alright. Oh, shit! Shit! They're about to board! They're about to board us! Help! I'll get the guns, guys! Yeah. Let me just open this. There we go. Gun! Right, I'm going down! I'm getting it. Right. Don't worry, they won't board us yet, right? Look how fucking daft that is! Look how silly that is! Again, these should go upstairs so that the crew wanting to get out, because if your guys in the chairs are about to die, they can just jump out of the ship. But if your crew and you've got to escape, so imagine you're trying to get out of the gun, right? It needs a fire. No, it just needs the escape pods up here in this space. You come down from the gun, you've got to then go here and escape, right? Jettison out, but now you've got to go. Jeez. Down the ladder. Down the ladder. And then you've got to climb into bed. You don't need these downstairs. This needs to go upstairs. You bring the armory downstairs because you can leave the kitchen downstairs. You don't need to have the beds beside the kitchen, and you can put the wardrobe upstairs, and the toilet can remain down here. You just put the eject pods up and you bring the armory and the seats down. That's all you have to do. Because again, the people that are sitting in these chairs can literally get into their armor and go, I'm escaping. I'm done, right? It's very poorly designed interior. The outside, it looks amazing. but the interior of this ship sucks. They should have never done this. They should have made it a staircase like the old system. Because that was so good. When you went up a staircase, does anybody remember the old Redeemer? You had 3 floors inside the ship because you came up a staircase here. And you went then up another staircase that went on the side. Also, does anybody want to see a meme? Look at this. Right? See this? This is gonna blow your mind. There's your quantum drive, right? Actually, let me get into the pilot chair so I can actually show you this. Oof. Watch as this brain spark design. I love ranting about this one. Alright? Look at this. Components access. Right? So if you need to change out your components, and it's right into the quantum drive. The component access literally goes into where you slot the fucking quantum drive module. We'll go this view, for example. Let me reset. We go down this way. We get there. See, there's the quantum drive. There's the fucking hatch to escape it. So you have to pull your quantum drive out, smash the fucking wall, and then you get to the door that allows you to replace the quantum and stuff, components. Because how else do you get a size-free component inside the ship, chat? Right? Look. Look at the size of this size-free component. Not gravity generates in here. Look. Where's the button for this? Oh, they removed the buttons. No! Oh god, that's too active. They may redesign and put an elevator? I'll be fine with an elevator. It would make more sense than a fucking piss flap. Alright, look. This one works. Come on. Oh, is it broken? It's like here. Okay, here we go. Look at that. So what is this? What module is this here? This is the power plant, chat. Size-free power plant. Now you can't go that way because the quantum drive is in the way. So how the fuck does this module get down there? How does it get down there? This ginormous power plant, which fits through this area, which is blocked because CIG decided to put a fucking wall. How does it get down here? But also, why didn't you put the quantum drive in this dead space like the Vanguard where you make the stairs go back? And make it where this actually is an escape hatch as well. It's just very poorly designed. No thought into it whatsoever. They just tried to cram it in. And you could have put the quantum drive underneath this staircase because there's nothing there. So we go down here, look. Oh god. Look. It would be in there. Dismantled into smaller parts. That design is like my cable management. Man, I love cable management. I'm very OCD about that shit. But again, there's where you're meant to replace your components, and you can't. It's big enough for a size 3 to go out of it, but you can't get it to work because there's a quantum drive in the way. You can't walk through, there's a wall. CIG put a wall, Sofa King. That's my rant. There's a wall in the way. So that component entry area doesn't even work. Even if it was meant to be. That would fit through there if it didn't have that bar and that bar there for the door. But that's it. That's the component exit there. So you've got to yoink this thing out and fucking dismantle this panning. I hope we can use the QT for stuff for grilling steaks. It's got 3 burners on it, Mojo. Just activate the burners here. There we go. Burner 1, burner 2, burner 3. Put your pot on it. Rustling up that fucking heat. It's like it was designed that way. Look, you've even got a grill bar at the back. 2 grill holders. Slide the grill in the back and it connects to here. 3 burners. Oh yeah. I always wondered how I was gonna cook inside in a fucking Redeemer. I kind of hope that they do like gameplay like that because yeah, there's nothing. You've got a fucking whatever the hell this is. A fucking ice cream maker. Put your mouth under there. No hot meals when you're on a Redeemer flight. Yeah, but you got nothing to heat it up though, Blue Manx. So it makes sense. We take our food and we climb up the staircase and we get on the free burner barbecue, aka the quantum drive, at the back. There we go. 1, 2, and 3 burner. 3 buttons for it. Rack the grill on top. Plenty space for your pots. Air ventilation because there's a giant hole behind there. You can even set the microwave timer here. So if you have to go to your pilot chair, you put the timers on. You got the gas hob controls here. It'd be kind of cool actually. I hope these things get hot. And this stuff doesn't work. Just so many things. And a movie? Well. For me, I just don't ever like this area here. Like, it's just always so silly that this is where you sit. For no reason. You know what I mean? Like, when you go down here to eat, you're sitting on the side of a bed. It just feels really goofy. Really, really goofy. The toilet could have gone upstairs. You could have had your chairs here. Or chairs here. Chair here. Armory and the fucking thing there. And this all could have gone upstairs. Yeah, the beds have to go up. Because again, the biggest issue when they actually bring out escape pods is look where the fucking... That's the escape pod there. Look what happens when you eject. You go straight into this wing. And if it goes down, well, if you're on the ground, how do you get out? It's just, again, very poorly designed. The ejection pod should have been here, and it goes out sideways. So even if you're upside down, it can still eject out. Because then you could actually move the engines there lower, I suppose. Actually, I don't think you would need to affect the engines. No, it's miles away from it. It just looks like it because it's got such a big bulk area. But no, it would actually be just here. All you have to do is remove whatever the fuck that's meant to be. Because it's literally just there. Yeah. Here. I like the Redeemer's look. I just do not like the interior. So I'm just reading patch notes here, guys. We're getting Vulkan shader pre-compiling in today's build. Wait. Where is this again? Yeah, so Wikipedia says we're getting Vulkan shader pre-compiling in today's build. PSO cache generation, so it will compile the shaders on launch or setting change for Vulkan before going into the PU. Should help with some stuttering. Ooh, juicy. I need to get a hold of CIG to allow Vulkan to work with Reshade, though. Oh, man. I wonder, have I actually got a way of DMing? Actually, I could DM Wikipedia. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Whoops. Wrong button. Because we're meant to go to the scene. Is that a SIG issue? Yeah, CIG just need to green light it. That's all. Let me just DM him on Spectrum. I don't want to make an issue council report on it because it might just be that CIG are turning on at the last second. But I just want to ask him, since he's doing all this Vulkan stuff, if there's a chance we could get Reshade turned on for Vulkan, because it's disabled right now. Let me go. Where the fuck is my Spectrum button? There we are. Spectrum. And Vulkan HDR, do you want me to ask that as well? Okay. Let me, is it, where does Wikipedia post that stuff? Is it here? Yeah. Right. Let me DM Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an awesome dude. He does a lot of music. We actually did a music video with him, Aurora, that's on YouTube. A fucking banger of a song. Alright. Afternoon, so. Alright. Send message. Yeah, well, that's what it looks like. So CIG, I can't show you this area because obviously it's Evocati, but it says we're currently working on a new 323 build for release onto the EPTU today. Lots of fixes in today to help with lag, performance, la. And basically, if I bring up here, the patch stuff, they said, Wikipedia from CIG says we're getting Vulkan shader pre-compiling in today's build. PSO cache generation, so it will compile the shaders on launch and settings change for Vulkan before going into the PU. Should help with stuttering. So, yeah, that sounds like the Vulkan issues. Because the HUD is no longer stuttering. It does sometimes, but I don't know if that's Vulkan or if it's DirectX 12. And then it says here, yeah, so now the note has said, we are currently working on a new 323 build for release onto EPTU to layer with lots of fixes in today, some to help with interaction lag, performance stability, and quality of life. Motherfucker bugs? Just says MF bugs. Motherfucker bugs? MF? Hey, Skyborn. The biggest concern I have right now is that when you're in atmosphere, even when you're 10k up, you can randomly explode. MFD bugs? Is that what he's going with? MF? It just says MF, so it's like, yeah, maybe motherfucker. But yeah, when you're in atmosphere right now, you randomly explode. And so this is not a concern just for low flyers or people that PvP in atmosphere. You just literally, you know. Jake says they will clear the overdrive reward payout soon. What does that mean? Dude, you know the funny thing, Skyborn, right? I don't ever have, like, I can play a horror game, watch a horror movie, and I never get jump scares. But every time I'm low flying and you just randomly explode, oh, you know, like that? Because I'm so focused on the train and stuff that I don't read the chat at the top that says you have left the group, which states you're about to randomly explode. And it always catches me off, and it's a horrible feeling. Because I don't know what CIG have done, chat, but when you go into SEM in an arrow and you're doing 330, it feels, when you're low on the ground today, I don't know if you feel the same way, Skyborn. When you're in SEM at 330, which is the maximum speed without afterburner, it feels like you're doing 500 off the ground now. It's insane. I don't know what they've done, but it feels so fast. And that's without any vibrations and stuff like that. Yeah, I hope they fix it, because again, Detox has had it, Burks has had it, I've had it constantly on stream, and I've had it where I've been flying at 10k above the ground. 10k is a long way, right? We're talking like 15,000, 30,000 feet in the air, give or take, and I've just randomly exploded, you know? Yeah, because we have the, in the files now, Skyborn, we have a lot of the stuff for control surfaces. We just don't have the ability to manipulate the control surfaces. So CIG have added control surface data, atmosphere stuff, but we don't have the ability to control that data yet. But you can feel it in some ships when you're going forward and you don't have like a positive ratio on the ladder and you dip the nose down, the nose will stall a lot, which is really cool. But it's only on certain ships like the Buccaneer. If you've got thrusters quite center at the nose, it keeps it level. Gravity compensation they added, but gravity compensation, people are freaking out about it in the wrong way. They're like, oh, it makes decouple less skillful. Well, there's no difference between couple or decouple in the IFCS. The difference is that in couple mode, the ship constantly tries to brake you or go 100% acceleration. It's not holding you in the sky as what people think it is. It's just, it's constantly braking, that's why you hover. And decouple had a bug where when you, and we've had it for like 5 or 6 years now, when you decouple, you fall out the sky. It's not meant to do that. So gravity compensation just stops that bug now. So we don't have to upstrafe and go slower, because for so long, couple makes you go faster in the straight and decouple was slower because you're having to go forward and upstrafe at the same time. That's all that gravity compensation does. You can still disable it if you want to spam upstrafe, but it feels so stupid as it's always been a bug. It's not intentional. When you are producing forward thrust, there should not be a thruster pushing for uplift. Your normal thrust should carry you. And decouple just hasn't done that. But that's all it is. It's just basically a stabilization to what you have in couple and decouple. The way of getting around the bug was you put your landing gear down and you wouldn't fall out the sky. That was the way to get like the counter to the bug. Oh yeah. But proxy assist is getting removed from the game, Skyborn. So we don't have long until it's actually out the game. 100%. Because CIG don't like it either. Yeah, because that's not how it works. Again, when you're in couple and decouple, it's not, you're not changing the IFCS at all. It's how things work. Couple mode makes you go forward from 0 to 100% on your input, and you don't have that analog movement. That's why the TVI and stuff stutters a bit. And when you stop and you let go, it's not making to where you're auto hovering. It's because it's constantly braking. It doesn't want you to fall out the sky, so it constantly brakes it. But it's the same thing that's meant to happen when you're in decouple. There was never meant to be a difference. It's just how the IFCS is programmed. And decouple is basically where when you tell it to go like 0 to 100%, but you can actually only do 0 to 95% in decouple. However, if you're in couple mode, I've actually got a setup that I show people where if I lower the acceleration of the thrusters down, because you can not only adjust your SEM, but you can adjust your acceleration or thrust in individual thrusters. And when I turn it down to 95%, couple falls out the sky without gravity. It does the exact same thing. Decouple is no more skillful than coupled. It's the same flight. It's just the computer is on and the computer is off. That's all it is. But for years, people think flying decouple is more skillful than flying couple. You can actually do exactly the same shit in couple if you do a few tweaks to the engines. Oh, it was a long time because the good thing in the future is all this system goes Metatron, right? Couple will fall out the sky, and decouple will also fall out the sky when you're stationary because you're not creating uplift. So fighters like the Gladius and Arrow will only be able to uplift for a little while or their engines will burn out. They have to keep moving. VTOL basically lowers its engines so it can hover because it's still projecting up thrust from its main engines. And this is going to be a game changer because no more will fighters be able to dominate by just becoming auto turrets in the air. This is when we get control surfaces, big viewer. So I don't want to say this year, but because CIG have already added in some of the control surface data, and you can feel it. So for example, how can I showcase this? When we go into atmosphere right now, and we're going to just use free flight, winter circle, I'm going to use the Gladius Pirate as a standard, right? When you're pushing forward now, even in couple, there's a sway to the nose. Because control surfaces are starting to affect your ship and how it moves. But the problem is, we don't have the ability to manipulate the surface. The data is in, or the basics of data, right? So we go into couple mode, right? And as we're going down, let me couple up. You can see here, right? See how it's drifting slightly. I'll zoom in a bit. There? Look at the TVI. I'm just literally pressing forward. See how it's moving? We don't have this in 322. That is literally atmosphere effect having an effect on us. Where the control surface is moving or like the stuff that deals with control surface moving. Obviously as we pitch, it stabilizes, but see how it's swaying? So eventually down the line, we'll be able to use the control surfaces by using our rudders and flaps and stuff like that. Ideally, you want to take off ramp and hangars for fire types. Kind of, yeah, that would be good. But if you see here, this is the, watch this, right? Let me go here. This is where I'll example it. So we're in couple mode. Now look at the TVI. The TVI is stationary, right? It disappears. Because right now this ship is constantly braking to keep us in the air. But look how it's moving, chat, right? Now if I turn gravity off on couple mode, it falls out the sky now. See how it's falling? Because even couple mode is affected by the gravity system. The difference is that your couple computer is constantly braking the ship so you don't fall out of the sky. And it's the same thing when we go into decouple. Now it's doing the exact same thing, so it's fair. And if we turn out this, because it's not braking, we fall out the sky faster in decouple. Because there's no computer trying to break the system. And this is so good for decouple flying now, because as we're decoupled and we're moving on a horizontal movement, I can actually dip my nose slightly, no pitch controlment, and control surfaces brings my nose back up. Watch. See it? Look how amazing that is. I literally got leveled because of how everything's working now. And you can't do this in 322. When you're in decouple, if we turn the gravity system off, look. Look how much up thrust I need to keep the thing horizontal. Look. I'm not even pressing forward and I have to spam up strafe to keep this thing leveling. This is not how flight works. This would be as if I'm VTOLing. Star Citizen never been true, decouple flight, elite dangerous. Yeah. But we don't want to compare those two, Boy Named Doll, because I personally think the elite dangerous system is better than the Star Citizen, but there's no point comparing those kind of stuff. This was the problem when we were trying to solve with hover mode, yeah. So eventually down the line, you'll have ships like the Gladius that hover like this, Tosin, and you'll be able to do this for a few seconds before you overheat. You won't be able to do this and fucking beam people on the ground because you'll overheat and then crash into the ground. Oh, Hurston is looking amazing, dude. Also, it doesn't stutter. It's so good. Really, really cool. Obviously, the FPS could be a lot higher, but hopefully by the end of the year with more things, you know? So again, a Gladius pilot will have to fly like this and then slow down and be like, right, landing gear's coming out. Right, I'm in the area. Right, hover, and then it might be like overheat. And you're like, alright, cool, now I'm gonna be landing. However, if you've got something like a VTOL ship, like a Cutlass or Valkyrie, you'll be able to do this, and you'll angle yourself like a helicopter, pushing forward to go down and forward like a collective, and then raise your nose, move this way like that. But you won't overheat as much. So it gives them the advantage for landing and doing certain things. But a fighter should not be able to just permanently go like this. Shouldn't be able to do it. Because it's so stupid. And all it is the IFCS making it that so. Because again, as we push forward and couple, and I let go, it's putting us to 0. Now, to everyone's way they look at it, it's like, oh, it's just making me 0. No, it's constantly breaking you to be at 0. It's constantly up-strafing you and down-strafing you to break you. And you can see this with the thrusters. Look, they're firing. The thrusters are constantly firing to keep you in that area. And when you do a wee adjustment, the top ones adjust you, see? They automatically adjust you to put you back into that brake state. And all the time in control surfaces, this will change it. You won't be able to hover like that. It's going to be so good. You'll be able to move around like this, but depending on what the Yogi and the team decide, like say for example, you don't want to stall, you're going to have to keep your nose up. Because most modern day VTOL planes, like the F-35, they have their fucking nose up when they're moving around. An F-35 doesn't VTOL like this. Nor does the, what's it called? The jump jet. The Harrier. They're all like this when they're landing. Nose is up. Oh, I can't wait for control surfaces. It's gonna be so good. Because in that sort of loop as well, I think you'll stall. Because this one is really broken. This is literally staying perfectly still and just flipping around. And you're not doing much. A loop-to-loop shouldn't be like that. It should be more of an angle where you're going up to keep your speed and going over like this, right? That's a little bit more gentle on the roll. Now I need pedals. Nah, I think with twists you're fine, but yeah, like I think you'll get that finer tunement with pedals. Because for me, like it allows you to create... I don't have a twist on my right stick, so when I want to do a nice rotation into the barrel roll, I can then use my left and right rudders, basically, to swing it around in a smoother fashion. That's why you barely ever see me in space. I just don't like space combat in this game one bit. Well, most of the time, mouse and keyboard users will use pedals for roll. But you also have a way of doing analog throttle with keyboard and mouse now. It's basically called trim. I'll need to go back to main menu for this one, because the options are still scuffed in offline mode. But if you go here, for example, you now have CIG in 323 have added trim. And trim here is basically like, say for example, you wanted to do like, set the trim up here, right? So say for example, you wanted it where like, instead of just going 0 to 100% throttle, you can make it where it's a little bit more balanced. And that means when you press forward and backwards on keyboard and mouse, it doesn't do 100%. You can make it 100% if you want, but you can actually change over into the trim mode now, which is really good. However, it's not horizontal trim, it's a forward and backward trim. Basically like a cruise control for a car. You can make it where it goes fast, and then when you apply more speed, and then it brings you back, right? So, you know how like in the old cruise control, you had to make the speedometer go up and down? Now you can make it where the speedometer does like 50 ms, and if you press forward, you go to 100, and you let go, you go back to 50. So it gives you that analog sort of movement of the slower speeds. And if you need to go faster, you can go over that SEM threshold. Obviously for me, I don't use this. I only use this for old school cruise control, which is just basically using... I use one button to do 100%, so you have to do this in coupled. 100% I short press, and then I hold the same button to let go of cruise control. Because I only want to go 100% forward, like hold W basically, and let go of the sticks, right? But the good thing is you can still move the SEM speedometer system down. So this is old school cruise control. You need 100% on a short press, and to release it, a long press. Well, the funny thing is, a lot of people are crying about it, Skyborn. They're like, there's too many buttons. Nobody tells you to choose these buttons. It just gives you an option, right? It's the same with operator mode. Look, you've now got missile operator mode, gun operator mode. So if you prefer to go to guns before missiles or missiles before guns, you've got that choice. You want to go to scanning or flight before quantum, you have that choice. CIG are just giving you the options. All it needs is a search bar, that's it, to go through these things. You know what I mean? Like half the buttons I don't even bind, because I have it set up to how I prefer it. Like you have the ability to enable gravity or disable gravity. I have it where it's a toggle, because I would like to choose to showcase it. Search bar would be great. Or like in DCS World, when you press a button, it actually shows you where it's bound as well. So if I press button 15 and I'm scrolled all the way to the top, it'll go down to where button 15 was pressed by just pressing on your joystick. But yeah, search bar would be really good. And Vulcan is so good, by the way. So yesterday, Skyborn, I was on Vulcan max settings on Daymar, and I was getting 70, 80 FPS. And the funny thing is, the tick rate of the server was 5. It was fucking 5. So what the hell is it going to be on like a 10, 15 tick rate server? Obviously, I was still randomly exploding, and you can't use reshade, but I've already DM'd Wikipedia to be like, can we get the ability to add reshade? Because if you do... I just done it there. I'm not going to show you guys the DM, but if you do reshade, for example, and you install it for this, we can't use this mode yet, which is really annoying. This will not work in 323 when you go to Vulcan. And I've asked Wikipedia if it's possible we could get this, because I think it just needs to be green lit in the cheat engine thingy-mabob. Because you can't use your profiles in Vulcan, which is... like, the moment that CIG do this, I'm going to be 100% on Vulcan all the time. Yeah, it just doesn't allow you to run reshade, and I think it's just the cheat engine and stuff. And I don't even know what the hell OpenXR is, to be fair. I'll need to look into that one. But yeah, I can't wait to click this and just go through it all and get onto the new stuff. Concierge concern post? Is it already there? Wait. Let me refresh. You want to see some concierge reports? Where is it here? What's the lore behind the fucking bird and the dog? Oh my god. Well, before there was a planet, God created the universe. Jesus, like... It's what AR and VR... Oh, really? Right. So, woman, I would have to change it. If I'm using VR, I would have to install VR reshade. To be honest, I kind of hope that CIG just gets rid of reshade in the future. Gives us night vision, gives us sunglasses, and gives us the ability to tune colors. It would be just so much simpler than running reshade. You don't have to switch reshade from DirectX 11 to Vulkan? Yeah, you do. You should have to. Because reshade doesn't run in Vulkan unless you move it to Vulkan. Yeah, it doesn't let me. So for example, if I move over to Vulkan mode, right? So if you see here, right? I've got the ability to reshade right now. Look, sunglasses mode, night vision, back to normal mode, right? So if I change over to Vulkan API, it doesn't let me use my reshade profile because you have to install it then for Vulkan. But it doesn't allow it to go through the system. You can install it. You can install Vulkan onto it, but you can't run it because Easy Cheat fucking tells you to get fucked. And CIG just need to greenlit it in the Vulkan system. EAC again. I've always said I will instantly turn off reshade because I don't use it in any other video game. But you give us a proper night vision, and you give it, like, if you go to play DCS World or any fucking flight sim, you have the ability to bring down your fucking anti-sun glare, right? See, look, I can't use the reshade now. So I have to go back to the thing. They're getting close to the colors in fog, yeah. Like with Vulkan, it looks so much better in certain areas. Dude, if CIG just make it where you can, like, instead of just having the free settings, which is what, gamma, brightness, and what's the other one? If CIG just add in more features, people wouldn't need reshade. There's no reason to use reshade in any video game, unless you're wanting to do other things. But to be honest, if people want to take screenshots and buff it up, just go and use Photoshop. Contrast, that's it. Thank you, yeah. Just go and use Photoshop. You got free things. You can go and use Pimp, the free Photoshop software. 100% open software. If you want to pimp them up. Again, I only use reshade because I'm sick and tired of having... Is it... Oh yeah, not pimp, it's gimp, yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. One just wears leather and one bosses that one around, you know? But again, now I can use reshade to lower it down and stuff. But when you go to these settings, these are dreadful. These are dreadful settings. And again, you give a night vision mode that everyone wants, and you give it where I can tone down the sun by bringing down visors, or let me take my helmet off, pull out my aviators and pull them on, then put my helmet on, I would be fine with that shit. I will go through taking my helmet off in the cockpit, putting my fucking sunglasses on, if it meant that I would disable reshade. I just don't need it for anything else. It's just the settings suck in Star Citizen for visuals. When it comes to like changing this stuff down. Sorry, wrong button. These suck. I used to have it where it was like at one point I was doing 40, 50, 60. And then CIG did another changing to Daymar. And they made it so bright where I was like doing 43 and then 58 here. With this maybe like up here. And now I just leave it at 50-50 and use reshade. Because it's so much easier than trying to figure out which planet's going to blind me the next part. I've been playing around with Photoshop Beta just now on the new A stuff, and it's actually quite scary. I actually generally don't think I'll ever need to worry about my thumbnails for Star Citizen because it creates its own shit, you know? They should just have a game auto-adjust for light and dark. Dude, that would be amazing. It would be amazing. You'd think that would be the simplest thing. But you want to know one crazy thing, chat, right? Watch this. This is something that I've been ranting about for a long time, right? Watch this. Night map. Now watch the simplest thing to do in night vision, okay? And it's already in the game. CIG just need to make it where it's a perma toggle on, right? Let me get the cache in, because I've yet to cache. Ooh, FPS going crazy. Alright, there we go. Watch this. Look. Oh my god, night vision. I literally can see the trees, and I can see the terrain. So instead of it being a ping, it basically, as you toggle it, it just puts the wire mesh out and it stays permanently on. There's your night vision. And before anyone goes, that's not realistic, I hate to tell you, but the American Army use this already, right now. If you want to see what the American Army use in night vision, this is it. American Army NVG. Let me go here. There we go. That's our technology nowadays, by the way. It also sees through tents. So it sees through walls. So it's got X-ray vision already. And this is in 2024, basically. So, this is the exact same shit as us pinging a wire mesh. Just instead of it pulsating out, just make it where it's permanently on. There's your night vision, CIG. If you didn't have that toggle and it was permanently on, you would be able to fly around no problem. Obviously, it's not exactly the darkest map now, but instead of me doing this to brighten up the game so I can see where I'm going, just make it where this permanently stays on. Oh, well, it's not doing it anymore. I think we've broken the game. It does not want to pay. Oh, wait, my button's wrong. There we go. So this shows you map layout. And all they have to do is add players to the thing. And it would just look exactly like this. Awesome stuff. Amazing technology. So we've already got this shit in the game. Just make it where when you press this button, it stays on. And there's your fix for night vision. And then all you do is just make it where when you see the sun, it auto does this. So when you're looking at the sun, it lowers it down. When you look away from the sun, it brings it back. Look at the sun, look away, look at the sun, look away. That's all CIG have to do. Then everyone disables reshade for flying. They don't need it. And then the screenshot people can just cry. They can go and use GIMP, Pimp, After Effects, everything. They can be crazy out of their mind if they want to make fancy pictures and videos. Put it through proper processing instead of this weird shit. Because you don't need reshade after that. GIMP, Pimp, yeah, I'm just saying all the names now, you know? And it'd be so sick. Cops 2 too, yeah. Isn't that more like a sonar vision? Well, again, if you had it permanently on BDSM and it wasn't pinging out, and it was just permanently on. So when you see the ping going out, it reveals the area with the wire mesh system that they've got. If it was permanently on, it would just be a night vision. You could see the terrain, you could see trees and objects, and you just make it where it can't see players. So that gives it a reason to use the lights to show your location kind of style. And you disable any reshade. But then people will just put the slider to brightness max, but who cares? Then you just shine a torch in their face. You can take a massive 20 pixel picture with the new RTX tech. No need for it if they had, yeah. Ghost Recon was another good game. Yeah, wait. Ghost Recon had some stuff. Yeah, I remember that. The sci-fi Ghost Recon game. What was it called? Ghost Recon... It wasn't Breakpoint, was it? What was the... What's the one I'm thinking of? Ghost Recon... What was before Wildlands and... Future Soldier, that was it. Future Soldier. This was an amazing game.
Primary objective is to locate and secure Makaba's latest weapon shipment. And Makaba? Secondary. His suppliers are our main interest. Copy. Hunt her out.
Man, look at this good gameplay.
Hostile. Looks like a rifleman.
Look at that stealth. I fucking loved it, man. That's all we need in this game as well for stealth. Where you can visibly see people, but if they're stationary, it's hard to see. Basically like the Predator kind of stuff.
To the left. Next to that wreck. Ready to fire. Say when. Add 3 hostiles. Straight ahead. Go.
So cool. And that's like, how old is this game now? This one's an oldie. When did Ghost fucking Future Soldier come out? Sound like a 2018. I can't remember when this game came out. 2012, actually. It says 2012. Oh, did you play this as well, Tom Marino? Dude, this was so good. It's a shame that they didn't take any more with like the multiplayer and it was just like a horde mode, basically. Oh, dude. The glint stuff, yeah. But the funny thing is, like, for me, if you're not, like, if you've got the sun behind you and you're facing that way, there should be no glint. CIG should make it where it's a buff and a debuff to sniping, right? If you're untactical and you have the sun facing you, you should have a glint and people see it. And if you actually bother to go into a right location and be tactical with how, the day of night and stuff, then you get the advantage. But CIG don't bother doing that kind of stuff. They literally just make it goofy mode for some reason. And that's what people are crying about. I don't think it's necessarily the glint that they're crying about, it's just a bit goofy. Let me close these down. So the new Tom Clancy game, I forget the name, has the same equipment. Let me show you. I've not played a Tom Clancy game in a long time because, well, Ubisoft really are letting the show down, I feel. Or shooting from cover shade, yeah. I like, I know most people won't like this, but I wish there was a cover mechanic in Star Citizen. I wish I could push up beside a wall and be like, over like that, you know? Because I don't think they're goofy in games. Because if it's first person, you still have to look over, but it gives you that sort of realism that you've got your back against a wall. All that CIG has to do is when you draw your gun, you can't do third person. And you can't cling to walls or do anything. It's just basically a way to do screenshots. Yeah, the NPCs can do it, we can't. But it depends how you do it, Big Viewer, because most of the time when you do a hide mechanic, it's in third person, so you can see over walls. If it's in first person, it just feels like you're in a tighter area to do things, forcing you to back out and lift up over. It just gives you a more like, oh, I can't see what the fuck is going on kind of stuff. I think they're doing right. A lot of people are also Skyborn are freaking out about the dynamic crosshair. And they just not played it. Because the dynamic crosshair is like so slow compared to going iron sight scope. Because if you're running around and you got dynamic crosshair, if you stand still, it takes a few seconds to settle down and you can't use the breathing mechanic, right? But when you're running and you iron sight and you hold shift to breathe, you're bang, 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 bang. It's like nearly 3 times faster than waiting for the dynamic crosshair to like level down. The FPS movement changes were meant to begin a slide and stuff like that, Atla, that they showed at CitizenCon. That's yet to be added. So I can't wait for that. Because I want it where, like, if you're in heavy armor, you can maybe slide 1 or 2 times. But I would like it where if you're, like, light or no armor, you can slide around faster. Because obviously if you get caught, you're fucked. In Tarkov, you have blind fire, which is like a manual cover system. Yeah. Dude, I've not seen the glint. No. Whenever I see the images of glint, it doesn't look bad anywhere. I saw... The problem is glint happens behind walls, which CIG are aware and they're going to fix. And obviously, when you're looking at the sun, it makes it a little bit brighter. When you're at nighttime, it's showing glint as well, which shouldn't happen. But you've got to remember that you're not meant to hide under a fucking rock 1,000 meters away and nobody ever finds you. Because I hate to tell people, you know, real snipers in real life do get fucking detected because they eventually have to move, right? They can't just go, headshot, headshot, headshot. All right, we'll come back to killing the next group of guards in the day, right? You know? Like, sometimes you're a sniper, you're lying in the fucking ground for days on end, pissing in a fucking hole that you've created. You're eating very slowly for that one chance, that one shot. You don't go, headshot, 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 headshot. That's not how sniping works. That's only movie shit. So you should be shooting and relocating. So the glint shows your location, then you have to relocate. You shouldn't be going shoot, 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 shoot. I'm under a rock, I'm in a bush. You don't know where the fuck I am because you don't even see the fucking rounds. So yeah, I'm 100% behind glint. If I'm aware of that glint, that's your downfall. You know how to relocate. It depends on the scenario and what you have, BB, but if you're on horizontal level, it's one shot and you move. If you've got the advantage of terrain and height, elevation, 3-4, yes. But normally a smart sniper will shoot and relocate. Because, well, if it's a good sniper, it doesn't fucking miss. But also, you need a spotter. We don't have spotters in Star Citizen. And most of the time, sniper teams do have the spotter because it's very difficult for a fucking sniper to do everything themselves whilst watching the target. So, again, I kind of feel like the glint is fine. Just make it where it's toned down in the dark, You can't have glint when you're behind a wall or a tree. And, you know, there you go. I want to see Sadney Gardner again. She should be at SeasonCon. But she's so busy with other things these days. Like her daughters are like into acting and everything now. It's crazy stuff. Yeah, Sandy's cool. She got a lot of stick right at the beginning, which I just people taking gaming too far, backing too far and stuff. Oh, you got me the link. Thank you, did. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Oh, look at it rubbing the mud on as well. Yeah. Again, but if anybody had their eyes open, you would see somebody lying on the ground. It's very interesting. This guy does a fucking, like, liver shot as well. Oh yeah, actually gets the back left. This is weird. Like, I don't get this. Because the target is already ducked. So why would you keep spraying? And also at this point, why would you go to sidearm when you had the clear advantage? You know? And also, unnecessary fucking heart shot as well. Yeah, that's a bit flexing, yeah. Breakpoint with no HUD was pretty fun. Could you actually go into the iron sight though? Yeah, but no worse, you got the tactical advantage with the M4 here. Watch, right? So 2 shots there. This completely unnecessarily fucking shooting. But here, there was no, like, there was clear line of shot with the M4. There was never a reason to waste time going for the fucking sidearm. And then here, we've got the 2 in the head, 1 in the side. And then for some reason decides I'm gonna blow your fucking chest open here. That was just a waste of fucking ammo. Unnecessary. I would down them there and then on the other side. Again, you literally see here the advantage over the shoulder. So the first round's to get the person to duck. But here, there. You have a clear line of sight of bald. Because it's glistening in the fucking sun. And you could have kept the gun up as you moved around. But here, they could have gone over. My mirror matchup? Can you give me your thoughts regarding my mirror matchup from Combat Geometry Spectrum Fed? Give me like a short detail on it because I don't want to, I generally don't have time as I'm meant to be going. But if you just give me a quick run through beforehand, like, what do you mean mirror matchup? Like, the chances of mirror matchup in Star Citizen are pretty much 0 in the PU right now. Mirror matchup is very much something like you arrange in Arena Commander. So I don't know why we'd even need to discuss mirror matchup. And that's not me trying to be disrespectful, it's just we don't want mirror gameplay in this at all. I want an arrow to be able to beat a Gladius to be able to beat an arrow. I want a Buccaneer to be able to defeat both, and both of them to defeat depending on player and setup and stuff. I don't like mirror gameplay. Exactly. That guy had cranium glint. What about my character? My character is bald in game. Am I at a disadvantage because when somebody shines a light on their ship, I'm going to be glinting out of my mind? I don't think that's fair, right? -10 stealth? Well, at least I'll be able to say I'm a hardcore player. Oh shit, I closed. Oh shit. Fuck. I closed down the daily day. I'm going to give you all darkness then. Sorry guys, I closed the fucking browser down. Add darkness all. Yeah. I will give you all 150. Sin, sorry. That's my bad. Normally it would have been better, but it makes it better for a lot of people because of that. That's my bad. Or reverse flashbang. That's true. You throw me into a building first and then quickly fire flashbang. It magnitudes off my fucking head and I'm the ultimate flashbang. You throw me in the room first, flashbang, it flashes off my head and it just simulates. It's like a disco ball that keeps going. So whilst everyone's like, oh, and it wearing off, no, it just keeps flashing off the head. Hey, Thurman, how you doing, dude? Then fart for biological warfare. True. Don't even need a flashbang? Yeah, I jump in with a flashlight. And I just do that. And everyone's like, oh shit, glint! I see glint! I can't see! And then you have a monkey coming in with a tambourine. Ching, bing, bing, bing. So you're constantly sound deprived as well. Can you make an emote for a TDL? Dude, I'm not that good in Photoshop. If somebody's able to take one of my emotes and add a flashbang to it, sure. I've got space for them. Tuning in hangar in PU and maybe ship price rec cost for tuning AC too. I don't think there should be rec at all in AC at all. I think every single player who backs this game should have every single ship to fly in Arena Commander and every single weapon and module to test out. That's how I feel about that, Atla. I don't think you should having to play these rec games. And what CIG can do is just make it where, like, say for example, if you want to use rec, you make it where if somebody gets like 100k rec, they can turn that rec into like 1000 UEC in the game, right? But then no one would do free testing? What do you mean free testing? Dude, I'm constantly fucking melting my account to get wrecked to test things all the time. Yo, Skyborn, the tier 2, thank you very much. The 7 months. Can we get some W's in chat for that, please? Thank you so much, sir. Just make the shake weight and a flashlight? Or a flashlight. Also, I'm looking forward to the low-flying sessions with like Smashly stuff, Skyborn. Because I think, because of how the ships fly, I think formation flying will be, you know how like most of the time people are just behind each other? I think if CIG can stop the desync, flying sideways or on the wing is going to be so much easier. Then the other thing is turning comes into pair of accelerator turn to versus top speed. See, the thing with feedback right now for movement in the game, Atlas, especially when it comes to flight, is I don't think CIG are even set in stone with what they've done for 323. It feels like 323 is just basically like, this is it, gets everyone used to it, but they will do way more tuning and stuff, so I don't really want to have a discussion, and again, it's nothing to do with you, it's anyone in general, I don't really want to have a discussion of what accelerations and top speeds should be like now until CIG have made a choice. Because we can all have our opinions on it, and again, right, the quickest way I can show you this, watch this. OBS. Because again, I don't want to spend much longer, guys, right? Alright.
Enraging you.
Right. Quickly watch this, right? So this is Logan Fight. This is my gameplay mode that we play. And basically, to anyone that doesn't know this form of flying, it's basically in hard atmosphere. Arrows, cannons, or mass drivers at the time. You're not allowed to have shields. You don't bother changing power. You're allowed to use the missiles. It's a pre-setup. You can do ! Logan in chat if you want to see the loadout for it. Obviously, it's going to change in 323. And it's all about dogfighting and dodging shots. But if you look at us going, we only ever get up to like 320. And this is 322 combat. And this is what CIG can achieve with the system. And you're not allowed to back strafe. Only allowed to use it for braking. No ESP, no game assist, lag pips. See how you're able to dodge shots? Take your dance there, right? But TDL, we have to argue about it and bend CIG to our wills. So again, this literally showcases off slow combat like we have in Master Modes. We had this in 323. So this was proactive at coming to one's turning is how I would solve mirror matchup. The thing is though, I don't really think there's mirror matchup in Star Citizen 323, dude. There's so many choices that you can do now. This is just simulating that kind of stuff. I think you should have 10 more MS to speed to make it higher to skill ceiling. Again, we're moving at 300 MS. The biggest thing, and I want to give big props to Yogi and the team. I don't think the flying is wrong in Star Citizen 323. I think it's the weapons. All the weapons feel off right now with their stats. Because the atmosphere flying in 323 is the best we've ever had it. And it's going to get even better. The problem is the weapons don't make sense now. That's true, yeah. But again, this whole system that I showed there was 322. It's in atmosphere and it's just using mirror matchup. The thing is though that you can have it. It's just depends on, you know, how long the fight takes. Do you have the stamina to continue going on? Yada yada yada. And I think 323 sums up really, really well. I think it's just their weapons are so bad right now. But it's not though. Like if the flight feels good, then that's all you need to move on to. Balancing the weapons. I don't think the flying is... There's nothing wrong with the flying in Star Citizen. It's the weapons. The accelerations feel good. The movement feel good. The problem is you can't use any of your movement because the guns can just laser beam you down. Nah, cannons are not that OP. Again, it just all depends on scenarios. There's a lot of people that are beaming people down with repeaters. Like, if you go pan for build, you have so many shots. Yeah, it's the projectile speeds and damages and stuff like that. I really don't want CIG to adjust the flight. The flight feels good. But it makes sense though, Metron, right? In atmosphere, you roll and pitch. And CIG only have one IFCS. So 45s were a bad way of doing it in atmosphere, and CIG are massively focusing on atmosphere combat. They're bringing in control surfaces. They want more people to be in atmosphere fighting. So you can't do something in space and make it not work in atmosphere, and you can't do something in atmosphere that works in, like, doesn't work in space. It's the same flight system. So as I would agree with you, like what you should have is 45s in space and pitch in atmosphere, and that would make sense. The problem is you can't do it with the model. You need 2 IFCS for that. And you don't have that choice. So CIG wants stuff in atmosphere, you lose the 45 and you gain the pitch. Because that's how you fight in atmosphere. You roll and pitch. You don't fucking do this 45 movement. That and to consoles, yeah. Because, well, they're building this for a console gamer for Squadron 42. Again, CIG are not going to go back to the 45s. I think the 45s would be fine in space and pitch in atmosphere. But I also understand how the IFCS works. And you can't have the two. If you make it pitch meta, it's got to be pitch meta for both. If you make it 45, it's 45 for both. And since they want atmosphere combat to be a big thing in the game, because it's probably a lot more related in Squadron 42, 45s are fucked. Sorry. You gotta move on with it, sadly. Did you have to edit your XML to get manual gimbal working? No. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm not gonna say anything cat nuts, but yeah. I've had a talk with Yogi, but I'm not gonna say what's discussed because it's not official yet. I think it's only gonna be an issue for 323. That's it. 323X, yeah, not a problem. But no, you shouldn't have to XML it. It should be just setting up a button, and you have to make it where it's in the options, cat nuts. Oh, I've closed the game down, sorry. In the options, it says pilot, gimbal, something, and you can either set it to VJoy or whatever it's called, or you can set it to head tracking, right? That's how I got it to work, and you've got to make the mouse do the pitch control as well. Because you used to have it where you could use joysticks and grab the mouse and just do the gimbal. It doesn't do that anymore. You can only use head tracking or the VJoy system. So long as you got pitch and yaw on the controls for mouse, and you go into options and you set it there. But there's an option underneath there that changes the default. Or allows you to change a different way. Just make the underneath one to match default settings. So it's either head tracking or mouse using and stuff like that. And then that should fix it. However, if you have pedals that are doing... No. If you've got pedals that are doing roll, it shouldn't affect it. I had pedals because they're doing yaw. No, never mind. Yeah, it should work then. Just play around with it. If not, tomorrow I'll be back online and I can go through the options again. I just can't remember exactly what it's called. Ah, fuck it. Actually, no. We'll load up the game. It will only take me 2 minutes. And then I'm definitely going. That's the last thing, chat. We're loading up the game. Oh, I think it should be for, like, as I've said to Yogi, it has to remain on turrets, and big ships would be a good thing. But light fighters, it has to be removed from. Completely. It's so stupid. Big ships, it makes sense, but also, I kind of feel like, as the conversation with Puppeteer the other day there, I think it's time for CIG to make big ships have turrets like Elite Dangerous. So you don't get the super rate of turning, but they have the ability to auto do this when you target somebody. But you lose a lot of rate of fire and fucking like stuff like that. But it means that if somebody goes over you, they go like that, basically. But they could just do it with big guns where it does this, right? Yeah. So when somebody, like in a big ship pilot targets you, the guns auto-turn. But there's a massive, like, rate of fire negative because of it. That would be a perfect system. But you shouldn't have that on light fighters and stuff. I just don't think CIG actually has the ability to do it. Anyway, it's options. Let me move my camera. It is here. Pilot VJoy. Pilot weapons gimbal mode, right? So I will. Yeah. Pilot weapons gimbal mode, default slaving, use look direction, or use VJoy. That will activate the mouse or joystick control. Then I have pilot weapon gimbal mode, free look slaving to default. Just because if I'm going to activate it there, it's going to be the same thing. Then make sure in keybinds, under flight movement, you have the... I've got it disabled just now. So when it says maxes, it's just waiting for me to use the XML file to add Y and X. But you have pitch and yaw, and then that makes it move around. You also need it for the turrets, but I think turrets actually has its own setting now, right? Vehicle... turret movement. Yeah. So I've already got it set for the turrets as pitch and mouse here. But yeah, the main thing is to have this set here, guys. Pilot weapon manual gimbal mode default slaving. Either look direction, which allows you to use Toby on it, but it's not precise, or that is with mouse or joystick. Joystick is very not precise and stuff. Yeah, because I can't actually, for some reason here, watch this. It might be fixed in this patch. Oh, it's fixed in this patch. Yeah, so I couldn't do this. So actually, yeah, I can now. I couldn't do this where mouse wasn't working. So now I can actually change my XML. So we've got X there doing that. So yeah, you don't need to use XML now. It actually works, but for me, I just have it removed because I don't like to use that. It moves the ship around, and I don't like that stuff. There we go. Yeah, mouse and keyboard, yeah. Oh, it'll give you, like, obviously until certain things come in. Again, I'm not going to say what Yogi said because it's not a yay or nay, or it's a question mark right now. But, yeah, apparently the rate of fire is going to hopefully be in for 323. And then there's going to be some stuff down the line. If Yogi actually manages to get that done, it's going to be amazing for this game. That's all I'll say. Because I think he's in the same sort of mindset as what I've been saying on the stream. That you should never have an advantage with mouse over joystick. Sorry. You should never have a joystick advantage over mouse or controller. And head tracking should not have an advantage over somebody that doesn't use head tracking apart from when you turn your head. It shouldn't allow you to fucking lock missiles on with your eyes, as far as I'm concerned. I'm very, very against that shit. But we'll see where CIG go with it. Galifear is on, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go to Galifear. Hold your horse. Oh wait, I already gave you points, so you're not getting any more. Let's send you over there. But yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Vulcan testing, guys, because CIG are doing quite a few changes and stuff like that. Attila, what to do is, if you're still there, dude, link your thread in our Star Citizen chat area on Discord if you're there, and I'll take a look at it if I get a chance. Phoenixy. If not, we'll talk about it tomorrow, dude. It's just I'm in such a rush that I can't really concentrate. Stuff like that. Yo, dude. Thanks for that. Skyborn, appreciate the bits right at the end. Right, guys, take care. Have a good one. Enjoy Galifear stream, exclamation mark raid, all that good stuff. And I will see you tomorrow for some more testing throughout the week. And hopefully it might go open wave by the end. But yeah, thank you very much to all tier 2s, tier 3s. Obviously, I'll have to add Skyborn's name here to the wall of legends, helping us out to Partner Plus, which is pretty much secured anyway right now, but I appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Galifear stream, guys. Take care. Thank you again for all the support, the conversations. It massively helps. And hopefully CIG fix the desync with the coming patches, so we can actually get on the PU and test this stuff. But thank you for being here, Devs, Pox, Cell, Skyborn. Appreciate it, guys. Metatron, Catnuts. Thank you, guys. Take care.